Hello. Good evening. Good day. And greetings. Welcome back to Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Kidding. So we're currently... Let's see. Okay, yes, everything is in. Cool. Okay, so, to recap last time, we are, well, we're one of the heirs to House Valencia, which is one of the Rogue Trader families, and, unfortunately, there was betrayal, and we're the only one that survived. Now our ship is unfortunately lacking the resources we need to actually accomplish our mission, and so we have touched down here for a navigator. That's what we're looking for. So I have a suspicion that Felix might not be what he says he is, as he seemed to imply that he was here and like all these people went mad, but then everyone seemed to get really defensive of me. So I think that this is a trap. But we're just gonna start. Control rod is required. Okay, I have the control rod. How do I use the control rod? Where is... Do we not have the control rod? Return to the keeper of the station and send... Okay, so where is... Oh, okay, he was just blending in very well. Felix Orselio looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided, his wounds are tightly bandaged, and there is some healthy color under the scales on his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. Trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Adira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks so poor and flimsy, they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. What paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Who do you see behind the masks? My whisperers are giggling nastily. They will not speak, the naughty little things. They say that tearing off the masks is your concern. Okay, well, I guess everything is clear now. My guess is this guy is the traitor, and then the other one is like blindly having faith in the mistress, I guess? I don't know. She nods tiredly and glances at Felix out of the corner of her eye. This station has enough problems without your sorcery, psyker. Which is rich, given that the navigators are also psychers, kind of. Felix waves Adira off and looks at you expectantly. I've many questions regarding what happened on the station. You think they are worth the life of my mistress? Let's see. The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems. Too many things required special access. Access available only to the keeper of the station. That's true. A lot of the things that we found implied that a keeper of the station would be necessary to do all of those things. As I'm sure you're aware, there were two keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orselio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Yurk 5 and our noble line. Okay. Well, Actually, there are a few things. I saw the security captain's report. Only the keepers have access to the station systems, but Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol. Which means he did it before the report was filed, or maybe after, or... Felix stern face twists in disgust. You dare suspect me of what had happened? The one who's going out of his way to preserve what little there is left. By the God Emperor. Keep these slanderous accusations to yourself. I also listened to a recording of a private conversation between the station's officers, and you were very lenient with them, neglecting security protocols. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. The Keeper spits out the last few words with particular bitterness. Well, the madmen that I fought were convinced that we were the traitors. Bellic gives an indifferent shrug. That's why they are insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dared to raise their hand against the scions of a noble bloodline? Who is the child mentioned in the documents? You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The Keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. The child is what station servants call Lady Cassia, for the commoners' dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. Enough lies. I'm certain that you are the one behind the coup. Bellic nods warily. I suppose it is time to remove my mask. Congratulations, you've got me. But did you really expect me to be sincere this entire time? To welcome you with open arms, an ally of Tisiphone and her monster, the accursed child who has tormented the navigators of House Dracilla for years? Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house, and I cannot let that happen. Bellic, you are obviously quite mistaken. I came here to get myself a navigator, nothing more. I actually knew nothing about any of this. You do not? Bellic hesitates for quite a while. In that case, accept my sincere apology for the deception in my earlier behavior. I had no intentions of making an enemy of On Valencia heir, nor of destroying the station that served as my home for many years. They left me no choice. You cannot even imagine what monster lurks in the upper chambers. An evil, a plague, a pestilence on our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Dracilla from within. And Theobald and his followers, just mindless fanatics serving this evil. Lady Cassie is a scion of a merciless tyrant, but it is not her relation to Tisiphone that is terrifying. She is a monster whose powers drive servants insane in mere seconds. A cursed child who can kill a navigator from the Dracilla bloodline with just a look. I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me, and at long last, I rid my house of the curse. This is the truth. Perhaps you are just ingratiating yourself to me, hoping I will let down my guard. I cannot change the past, and dare not hope you will ever trust me again, but I swear my words and my apology are genuine. I don't know, it seems like yet another lie. Do you ever speak the truth? Kitty. Bellic squares his shoulders and gestures to his guards. I was hoping to find an ally in you, but now you are merely delaying the sorrowful end of your story. Prepare to die.
I won't heed your cries of mercy!
None of you shall survive!
Okay, so I'm gonna have myself deal with these guys, I think. Let's see. Actually, here. I'll put myself over here. We'll put Abelard. I can't put him there. I guess I'll put him here. We'll put you here. We'll put you here. Okay. Yeah, I figured he was going to run.
Break their morale!
All right, shotgun with full cover works pretty well. So I think what we need to do is... Let's see. So we need to kill several enemies to get Rebel and Slaughter. So let's run and gun, and we'll just start shooting. There's a lot of bodyguards here. I think our best bet is going to be to just unload into you.
You, my emperor!
And then... I don't think you're going to get a chance to do much. Yeah, let's do aim at you.
Faith without deeds is work. Each strike is a prayer.
Okay. And then... I guess we just do this? Let me fast turn. So these guys have a lot of cover. Unfortunately, he gets shoved by the shotgun.
Be gone!
Oh. He tried to run. Okay, so for me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand here. And then... Specific weapon. Oh, yeah, we have to switch to this. So I think we can... Let's see. Move to here. Jump to here.
Another clean strike!
Alright, and then let's do this. And then we can cleave. Do right here.
Too easy.
And then we have another leap, which we can do over here. And then we get another one. We'll do there. All right, I do like this, like, combo.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
Unfortunately, it also reduces my dodge chance by quite a lot. Okay, so let's just go ahead and analyze
No
you.
can do.
Oh, no line of sight. Can I get line of sight on you? Not in keep cover. Oh, but I think that's fine, though. So go here.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
Okay, so we got that. I can maybe shriek. We can shriek, or we can do the lightning. Lightning is 12 damage. This is 7 to 16 damage. So I think what we need to do is let's buff you, or I guess buff me, and then do this.
What, of course.
And then we'll pass. And then Abelard, you can go here and then charge this guy.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
All right. And then I'll have him... I guess we don't need to do a sweep if it's only one guy. We can't kill him. But we can do this. Ooh, actually, wait. Yeah.
I took care of this one.
Kill you.
Victory is imminent.
And then kill you.
I will do, Mike.
And then we move all the way over to here, and we shoot you, I guess. Oh, we missed.
My faith proposing me
Oh,
was
he
your
tried to
biggest
run.
mistake.
That was a bad idea. Okay, so now we can just do this. And then I guess we just reload because it's free. All right, and then we can do our flip.
You didn't stand a chance.
Easy. All right, so really, I am the only one that took damage in any appreciable way. Okay. Navigator only staff. We definitely want that. Keeper's control rod. This is a regular shotgun. We already have. We'll take the staff with us. Are we able to take the staff with us? Hang on.
If such is the Emperor's will.
Maybe we're not supposed to take that with us? It's fine, I guess. Alright, well, let's go, guys. Oh, we needed both keys. That's why. I was wondering why we couldn't open the door.
Follow my lead.
What on earth is going on? The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like claws, or talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet-misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. Succeeded willpower test. You are enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead. Your heart stammers in your chest. And the desire to turn and flee from this room, from this station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Adira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, 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 as if my own little pals weren't bad enough. Now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head, and her white hair veils her face. Okay, so we have Iconoclast, so we can overcome the despair. No, let's try and persuade her. Lady Cassia, I'm here to help you. Please, calm yourself. Succeeded. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you? Who are you? Deckard von Valencius. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features as she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Deckard. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into a low sobs, his eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has been ripped away from them. The child. Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child, throne preserve. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You. The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins. His bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you. One wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged, it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of a dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon. Okay, so we have high commerce and high persuasion. I mean you no harm. I came to seek the navigator's aid. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix service, so who are you? Abelard, please introduce us. His Lordship, rogue trader Deckard von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse, and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends his greetings. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so Horse Ocilia now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin. He wipes the mutated blood brusquely away from his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aronto, acting head of House Orcelia, in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for the Navigator, but after everything we've seen, got some reservations about this girl. Argenta looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing, with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You're talking as though you expect to die here. Theobald shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. You need help. There's a Medicae on my ship. But Theobald only shakes his head. No. I am the keeper of Unit 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. I want to know what happened between you and Felix, though. Felix is my wayward student. He came to Unit 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of the house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our novitors, Tisiphone Ercelio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the novitor's throne. Well, I believe I've made my decision. Is that so? Please, share your thoughts. Ooh, so we could try and take him. No. Cassia shall come with me. Good. That is good. The old man nervously licks his lips, but do allow us to say our proper farewells.
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Corollas expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
Oh. Also, just noticed the ads are about to start, so we'll briefly well, okay, we're just doing an intro here, so I'm not too concerned about the ads, so we'll just keep going.
No, not you too. Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze. You're coming with me. Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
A hot wave of despair that is not yours washes over you. Your palms sweat and your heart freezes in panic. Okay, so she's able to project her feelings onto everyone else, which is interesting. I love this painting in the background. Just appreciate, like, this area.
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Urak 5, and alas, I have less than a day left in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Aw. One last job.
Oh, Theobald.
The crimson tears stain the Lady Navigator's white skin once again, but this time her power does not make everyone weep along with her. I do regret that we had to meet under such circumstances. I had hoped that this would be a happier moment where we're freeing you from this.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
No, I'm sorry.
What are you going to do to me?
Okay, so we can basically compel her to sign a contract. We can offer aid to her in exchange for being navigator. No, you know what? We're gonna go with the polite one. Lady Cassia, I, Deckard von Palencia, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it is difficult to imagine more worthy company than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the Great Regent and fulfill your destiny.
I see.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Urak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Oh. Okay, we have acquired another character. Cassia. It is as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes coming together in arcane shapes. While no one appears to be living in the cage, somebody still filled the trough with dried fruit and fresh water. Anything else in here? Oh, there's some goods in this corner. Take all that. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, so we should, when we go to leave, it should prompt us, yeah, for all the gear. So, I think we just put everything in the cargo. Oh my god, my ship. my chair is so ominous. Okay, I do not remember what her voice was like. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first. Your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. You decide not to make use of the charm that could inhibit Cassia Orsilio's powers. I didn't actually have the choice to do that. Without even looking at the Voss Master, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? After a few seconds hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale, then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position. And for that, I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. Yeah, we saved all the servants. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders, I'm ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paint you have on board, but no red. Tell me more about what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I may become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of her hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House Orsilia ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts. And then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light. The guiding thread so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orsilia never lose their course. Emperor of Mankind, huh? Hey, Pokatate. Yeah, we're serving an emperor, but a different emperor this time. Behold, the Emperor of Mankind himself. Hear me out, Mr. Ace, but what is it, Poke? Please tell me. Regale me. I don't have a 0 star anymore. That plan won't work. You lost it? Yeah, see, what happened was, I was on a spaceship, and, I got knocked out and dragged in front of a big door, and, they took all my stuff. Yeah, sorry, we don't have the Star of Azure anymore. We'll have to find it another time. So this is how it changed games, right? So it's funny you joke about that, but so in the tabletop, the army that I'm currently working on building is the Grey Knights, and one of the things in the Grey Knights lore is they're like steadfast servants of the Emperor, and they wield their faith as a weapon and are like the purest knights that fight demons. But they have a thing called the Terminus Decree, and we recently found out what the Terminus Decree entails, which we have no information on how they would accomplish it or like why they would do it. But allegedly, the Terminus Decree is something that was sealed by the Emperor and Malkador themselves. And it's basically, allegedly, if ever the Emperor were to get off of the Golden Throne, the Grey Knights must do everything in their power to put him back on it. And there's a bunch of theories about it. Is there a place we can see that what you're working on? Funny you asked that. We're 2 followers away from getting to 150 followers, which is actually a follower goal to have a Discord, which I've been slowly setting up because we're getting close to that. So there isn't yet, although I think I've posted some pictures on Blue Sky of some of the things I've worked on. Maybe not. But if not, soon enough, you'll be able to see some pictures. And I haven't... So I have a setup for it, but I haven't actually used it yet. I do have a setup where I could do streams of me painting. I do have a webcam set up on the table behind me, and I have a space where I could do like painting as well. I just haven't done the logistics of how I would do it, and I don't have any like music yet that I would be listening to, because I don't want to just be sitting here like, you know. Normally what I'd be doing is I'd be listening to like Game Grumps, or I'd be watching a show or something. So it's a little different whenever it's like me just doing it by myself for a chat. Which we did do for when we did pack openings for the Final Fantasy set for Magic. Because that was my first soiree into trying to do that. Or soiree, I guess. Alright, so let's see. Why are you asking for these items? Well, no. I assume that it's so that she can, like, perform the ritual and, like, align herself in some way. So it's some kind of meditation. Why do you refuse red paint? Gestures towards the servant standing behind her. Uwe will give of his blood before the ritual, as always. Ah, I see. So we don't need red paint. We have the servant's blood, who we saved. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Have you played Pillars of Eternity? Pillars of Eternity, I have both the first game and the second game. However, I've not finished either of them. I started playing them, and much like with Rogue Trader, I had started playing it, and I got in probably like 5 hours or 6 hours or something, and then I got busy, and I never got back to it. The problem with these types of games is they are very, very big time commitments. They are always like 80 to 100 plus hours for one playthrough, which is a lot to dedicate to, especially whenever I have a bunch of other stuff going on. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. Few can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is open. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I forgot I was on the throne. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Okay. But how are you doing tonight, Poketate? What are you up to? The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence. Initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violent vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters, our monarchs drowning in fog, a path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her. No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. Will not happen again. Oh, I could punish the Voxmaster? No. No, we should leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. Like, she seems to be doing her job well. I'm pretty good to you. I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited to be playing some more Rogue Trader, because, you know, so far this game is definitely one that I find interesting. And I don't recall doing this, so I think I picked a different planet to start on my last time I tried to play this. So this was all new stuff to me. And I imagine outside of the one area that I'm kind of familiar with, all the other stuff is going to be new to me. So, but no, let's leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. Oh, the lizard thing didn't work. Hang on. I keep forgetting that I have to, like, activate that. Here, hang on. Let me just...
Lizard.
There you go. And thank you for the sip. Alright. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain. Their throats raw from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You're a heavy exhale, rustling fabric and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you need me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station, Europe 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Reichhead system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Novice Nobilite brought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. I think we take the components. Because the thing is, the guy was going to be destroying the station anyway, and so we're really just helping him do that. So gather any components that may be of use on the ship. As you command, Lord Commander. Or Lord Captain. Alright, scrap containers. Oh. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Enginseer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich von Kallax, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for certain he was not at Uruk 5, so we should keep this in mind when making any future plans. Thank you, Vigdis. This will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. Okay. So, this is a prison planetoid. The void ship. Go scan this. Alright, scan. Auspex. The dead world. We don't have any mining stuff that we can do here. Okay, we should go look for a machine spirit keeper. Lord Captain, there's some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the ward room, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassie to the deck. Yeah. Actually, let's go talk to her. Actually, let me check something real quick. So before I do that, I think, let me check Blue Sky real quick, because I'm pretty sure I've posted at least one of my models. I don't know if it was painted though. Oh, maybe not. No, I think I posted them in Lilac's Discord, one of the other people I know. Oh, I do have, here, this post will do. I have, they're not painted, but this was some of the ones that I assembled. So, they're not actually painted, though. I have one that I painted. I just haven't posted a picture of it anyway. Whoa, what? Okay, there we go.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
The Lady Navigator is engrossed in perusing the dusty tomes, which appear to have been neglected by the other officers, be it because of sloth or dullness of mind. When you look closer, Cassia looks up at you, starts, and hides a weathered book behind her back. Yeah, let's talk with her. Let's point at the book, and I see you are fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
Okay, so it was a collection of works by the Cadian naval commander and poet Aelius Quent.
Uruk 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
She gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin clawed hand, her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. The events that took place on Uruk 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Her response was reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you. I see. Your only attendant is your valet from York 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Oh, that's fair. I do like her. Okay, perception test. She cringes ever so slightly and adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising then that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. Ah. Well, I hope you've had ample time to calm yourself in your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
Well, I wish I could have said something that wasn't that.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Frightened by her own words, she covers her mouth, pales, blushes, then pales again and hides her face behind the cascade of her snow white hair. Oh, she's adorable. Oh. Okay, so we can end the conversation entirely. Difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. I mean, no, because we're a psyker, so that's not true. Quite right, so I would ask you mind what you say from now on. No, that's rude. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad. It is just as natural to share them with others. Or, I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that I have feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. I don't think we have to commit to a romance path. So we're gonna start with her, because she seems very nice. I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy.
Lord Captain? So many colorful sparks are flaring to life and dimming all around you. It is a veritable ocean of emotions. There are so many of them that I can barely see the pure white sincerity of your words. Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
Oh, she does not understand emotions.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
Ooh, we should not invite her to our chambers immediately, because I feel like she is not the sort who will enjoy that. No, this is very rude. We're not going to do that. Understand what you're going through. I'm having a finding amusement at the expense of my people. This is a very pragmatic answer. We're not necessarily committing to a romance path, but I do think that we should, like, do some of the stuff to maybe start it, because if it's anything like Kingmaker, Alcat's other game that they made before this one, there are ways that you can cut yourself off from a romance path permanently if you don't take certain actions within dialogue. I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set eyes on her.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
Ah, I see. You started a romance. Hey, that does start a romance. All right, cool. Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference, Cassia covers her burning face and swiftly exits the room. Okay, so that was... What was that achievement called again? A spark. Oh, cute. Only 50% of players have started a romance in this game. That's weird. Okay, so they just left. Oh yeah, we had our level up we didn't get to do. Okay, so we get an ability and a skill. Acrobatic Artistry immediately returns to the cell where they started their turn. This does not provoke attacks or opportunity. The blade master use death from above. This movement repeats all uses of this ability in reverse. Holy shit. That's really good. That's crazy good. Okay, we definitely want that. Oath of Vengeance. This ability costs 8 wounds to use. So you select an ally. Until the end of combat, attacks made by the Blade Dancer against enemies who have already been attacked by that ally gain crit chance and crit damage. Can be used multiple times per turn, but the bonuses do not stack. That's a lot of health to give up. Veil of Blades, also 8 wounds. Oh, that's a lot to read. Faces a side of their choice and immediately ends their turn. Until the beginning of the Blade Dancer's next turn, they can dodge area attacks without moving, are immune to all types of forced movement, and gain 20% parry against attacks from that side, and can now parry attacks made against adjacent allies. While under the effects of Veil of Blades, the Blade Dancer can even parry ranged attacks, except ranged area attacks made from that side. Chance to parry a ranged attack is calculated as if it were a melee attack. An attack is parried this way, it can be redirected toward one of the enemies on the selected side. The chance of redirection is equal to half of the Blade Dancer's parry chance against this attack. Okay, Veil of Blades is kind of interesting. So we can Blood Oath target an enemy. Next attack cannot be dodged or parried. If it kills the target, we regain health and AP along with an additional attack. Ability can be used multiple times per turn, but only grants +1 AP and an additional attack only once per round. Okay, so Blood Oath is good if we know we're going to kill a target. Captive Audience. Next attack inflicts bleeding on all targets hit. These targets must pass a toughness resistance test with a -16 penalty or become immobilized. All enemies immobilized count as full cover for the Blade Dancer and their allies when adjacent to those enemies. Interesting. Very interesting. We could take another path. No, we gotta take Acrobatic Artistry. That seems way too good not to take. Let's take Medicae. So we already have this one. Whenever attacks full wounds, triggers an exploit, gains The end of combat. Applies to the first strike or projectile in a burst attack. Exposed weakness also reduces enemy toughness and willpower. I think we should take this, because exposed weakness, we're going to use that against, like, bosses. So that'll be really good. Okay, so currently, we should probably raise your... I guess your willpower? Ooh, but perception might also be useful. Let's do perception. Oh. Gleeful Magi, thank you so much. Thank you for the subscribe. 5 months, wow. I was literally just about to play this. Yeah, it was, it's been on my list, and I did a poll, and people seem to want to see it, so I was very excited about that. Alright. So for you... Okay, we definitely just want ballistic skill, I think, because ballistic skill is damage for you. And then the ability that we get... Controlled shot gives a sign that they're about to open fire. Soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. That's really good. Dash immediately dashes in the selected direction. Spending all their movement points does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Allows you to dash through allies and enemies but not through obstacles. Okay. So controlled shot, I think, is really important because we have 2 characters in melee right now. And so we're often going to be shooting at ourselves. How are you doing this evening, Gleeful Magi? Okay, so let's see. We already took Endure. Next attack gains 20% armor pen, 8 damage, and ignores 12% parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. Oh, hi, Senri. Welcome in. How are you doing today, Senri? Next attack. If the target attacks the warrior during this round, the warrior gains +1 AP once per round. Doing okay, just waking up. Well, good morning to you then. I think we take... I mean, both of these basically do the same thing. It does bonus damage, and... How long does this last? Does it say? I guess it lasts for the round. Let's do Sworn Enemy, I guess. No, let's do Reckless Strike, because we can take, we can use all of our defensive stuff, and then Reckless Strike cleave a bunch of enemies. Okay, well, I think he's our athletics person right now. We may have to just keep doing that. He's also our carouse person, though. Yeah, let's do athletics. And then Cassia, we have 2 levels with you. So you are you're an officer. Okay, so let's see. What are your stats? Okay, so you have a high perception and willpower, which makes sense. You are a... All creatures in a cone in front of the navigator suffer damage. Interesting. Okay, so you're dogmatic. Unknown origin homeworld. Data deleted, classified, or missing. Okay. So you're not a psyker, at least not in the traditional sense. So you're dogmatic. Right now we're kind of leaning towards iconoclast, I think. What does this do? Rotator and 2 random allies start combat with temporary wounds equal to their own resolve. Interesting. I didn't even look at what some of these things do. Okay. Well, in that case, we should probably raise your willpower. Oh, okay. So you have some special stuff that you get because you're an augur of some kind. Mastery of time. When an ally in combat gains an extra turn, the navigator gains a +5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat. That seems really good, especially when I know we're going to get extra turns eventually. Navigator starts all turns, including extra turns, with +3 additional movement points. First ally targeted by the navigator with a single target ability each turn gains the same amount of additional movement points at the start of their next turn. Okay, so let's see. Veil of Protection. All allies targeted by your powers gain 10% armor. Additional armor is reduced by the amount of Veil degradation. And increased by the infusing parameter of the currently equipped Navigator staff. Navigator gains +5 fellowship and an additional +1 fellowship for every Navigator talent or Navigator power taken. That might be worth taking. I think that might actually be really good. Okay, so resistances. Okay, so what other stuff do I have that you can take? So you can take just regular traits, but no, we're gonna take the warp features because yours are very unique. Every even turn, you gain an additional action point. Every odd turn, you gain +20 perception. Every enemy the navigator has line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced by 5. That's pretty good. The navigator's willpower is higher. Mind over matter seems really good. I think we should actually take that because this increases our health by our willpower, and it also makes it so that resistance checks are willpower specific. Yeah. Okay, the next up we get... whenever an ally uses a heroic act, the ally gains temporary wounds equal to 10% of their max hit points +6. Range of officer's abilities is increased by 3. Range of voice of command is increased by 6. Use an ability on an ally, gain a bonus to their perception and ballistic skill equal to 4. Personal oversight. Resolve. I think we take commanding voice here, because increasing range by +3 is very big. And then we'll raise willpower again. We're just going to keep raising willpower on her for now, because she seems like one who we really, really should be raising willpower on. Okay, so you're heretical. That makes sense, because you're like an unsanctioned psyker. You're dogmatic a lot. You're dogmatic and iconoclast, but I'm curious how much of that is my doing. Radicals are always willing to push the boundaries of what is permissible in the quest for the tools and means to achieve their goals. They often use Xenos weaponry and even creations of chaos for their own ends. Many radicals are punished for their heretical beliefs or even fall victim to their own dubious methods. Puritans follow doctrines and laws of the Imperium to the letter, making compromises with Xenos or using weapons of the enemy of humanity as anathema to them. Anyone who suggests otherwise, they consider a heretic who deserves nothing but the severest punishment. Okay, so she's probably not going to be happy about this, but we are almost assuredly going to be going more iconoclast. We're not really going to go very heretical, but we'll probably be like iconoclast and then a little bit of dogmatic. But we'll see. All right. Is there anything in here? Oh, wait, no. No. Goods. Wait, I want to read that book. Let me see. An admirer who seeks the favor of a refined lady is well advised to maintain pointed courtesy and finesse in his every deed. An honorable admirer will never defile a noble lady's ears with crude or indecent words, and neither will he allow himself conduct that could besmirch her honor and dignity. Secrets of gallant conduct: how to express your feelings to a noble lady. Oh, that's funny, because she's just like, oh, you should read a book on how to talk to a lady. All right. Okay. We need to do anything else here? I do not think so. Where is... what's her name? Over here. Adira. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant, as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Adira turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. Adira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You are a psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
I do like her sass. Where are you from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me a little bit about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
No. Finish your story about crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
Oh, fair enough. She couldn't control her powers. Good to know. How'd you end up in the Rogue Trader service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her, too. And as I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then, Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered their guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So, I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the Von Valancius dynasty.
I see. Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Okay, so Amasec is a kind of alcohol. Okay. Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Do you have any augury for me? What awaits me in the future?
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you.
She rubs her hands together and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion.
Well, a red-robed sage, so the color red is usually associated with either the Inquisition or the Mechanicus, because Mars, basically everybody involved with the Mechanicus have some color red in reference to Mars.
A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks and the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
I don't know about that one. Is that supposed to be talking about an Arbites? Because they have the mechanical hounds?
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it?
Okay, that one I don't have a guess about.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Croaks sheepishly and sniffs. Okay. Yeah, things are strained between you and Argenta, right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
I mean, that is very heretical, though.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Okay, so we talked to you. Let's go talk to Argenta, because we haven't talked to her after we've talked with the orphans. She's down here.
Greetings.
Even in stillness, Sister Argenta radiates energy. With her dark eyes shining and a slight blush to her cheeks, she is reciting a prayer, and looks at you only once she has spoken the final line. Tell me about the sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate.
See.
And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
Right. Yeah, the Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless.
That's fair. So she's not part of the militant orders, but she's still dangerous.
Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge.
I do like her.
And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is that true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words. More often than not with a bolter.
Okay. You said you belonged to the Calixian branch. What brought you to the Corona's Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parson Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
Okay. Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas here?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
Oh. I have no more questions about the Sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Yes, but tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Oh, that's fair. She's very, like, I am a weapon and the tool to be used by the Emperor's grace. Why are you staying in my retinue? Like, I don't know. Well, no, okay, let's find out how you got on Theodora's ship first, because I was curious.
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
Okay. What happened to the people who wounded you? Did they get eliminated?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
Fair enough. Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
Yeah, that's fair. We could go there and deal with them.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
Okay, cool. I do see an ad is going to be starting relatively soon, so I am going to just go ahead and take that break now. I will be back momentarily, but I am going to stand up and stretch my legs a little bit.
As you wish. The ship was targeted by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary, but for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew. So they shall.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations. I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis Nobilite. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra. And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly? You have my permission, Lord Captain. My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well. Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures. The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not? With life? Ugh, If only you could take my place and watch this kaleidoscope. Every voice is a flash of color. Every conversation a shimmering glow. Every argument is an unstoppable swirl of gaudy splotches.
Oh, I just realized I've been muted this whole time. Oops. Since I came back. Okay. I do like her. What I was saying was, I think it's interesting that it seems like she... It seems like maybe she has... Not aphantasia, but something. Your third eye, do you always conceal it?
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil.
Ah, I see.
Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Oh, let's compliment her. You're beautiful, Cassia. Do not let anyone or anything convince you otherwise.
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety.
It is funny making her stumble. Well, maybe not funny. I find it a little amusing. What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
I noticed that your love of painting is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
Oh, that's very poetic. Why don't we talk about something else?
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
Tell me about House Orselio.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
Who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Elronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
I don't know if she would appreciate us calling this out, but I do believe that she is the successor. Is the Orselio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Kalain Orselio was simply a skilled navigator.
Fair. I take it House Orselio has a rich history.
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
With your permission, I would like to talk about something else.
By all means.
What does your special sight reveal? What do you see with your special eyes?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life.
I see.
Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
Okay, well, I don't think we should jump to talking about us, because I think we only just met, so I must
I
make
have
my leave.
enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Alright, let's go. So... let's... everyone besides, like, I guess we could talk to Abelard? Who's this? Oh, okay. I forgot there were other characters who might have things for us. Heinrich Monteg. Oh, this is the Infernus Master. Okay, so they don't seem to have an immediate quest for you or anything, so let's go ahead and go back to the map. So I was gonna go here. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Victus pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Werzian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. What's up? The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Every event. The young lady standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain. Not least because I see you've already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a higher-ranking officer will be logged in your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Abrilla Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent, then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. I will listen to what you have to say. Speak, Lieutenant. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I'm convinced that this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets off a skeptical huff. He glances at Saurback, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Wercerin, and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She's clearly been preparing to say them some time. When she's finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. How did this all start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Where does Seneschal Wercerin come into all this? I shall explain, Abelard intones grimly. I beg you to hurry, the time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way of things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course, when I received information about cultists hiding in the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valentius will find refuge on her ship. You are far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Wercerin. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven the people to the brink, Ben says bitterly. Now there's a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection, but when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorer sections of the lower decks and is home to clans of general laborers. They're not as valuable to the ship as families who have served in specialized systems for generations. They're an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, given succor to the cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We've handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. Another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. Master at Arms. The ship's enforcers report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Across to Saurback. Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realize that it's not within my right to challenge my superiors. Saurback bows her head in Abelard's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Wercerin's opinion on the fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Mr. Saurback, I see you've decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. Abelard, do you wish to respond? Mr. Saurback, can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior, or one where I would overrule their order, or show favoritism to those who merited none? None, Seneschal, for there have been no such cases in the entire time I've served this ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct in this regard has always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officer's deck handing out gifts to officers who've caught your eye. It fills those you set apart with ambition and audacity, makes them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die. Their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order. Explain yourself. The ship's regulations state that the Master-at-Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to the ship's enforcers, and yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Orsarian's experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages disregard for hierarchy among your lordship's servants. Today, an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master-at-Arms that they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow, they will go to the Lord Captain to object to the Seneschal's order. Notice a pattern in these actions. Lieutenant Bent, would you say that Seneschal has singled you out from your peers in any way? Lord Captain, I swear that Seneschal Orsarian has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions. Although, he is the man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He's offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him. And while not all my fellows receive such attention, I know at least a dozen fine officers whom the Seneschal keeps in his sights to ensure that they continue to strive. To prepare new generations of the dynasty's servants, to instruct them, and to separate those with potential from those who have exhausted it, that is my duty as Seneschal. This ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards whom I have raised personally. By the throne, every third person standing on this bridge right now was my student at one point. I see. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose. There's an insurrection and no one thought to inform me. I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue traders' attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you'll ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. Well, Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my attitudes for yourself, or actions for myself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You'll see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way, you'll stop the uprising before it begins. Okay, so we can trust the Seneschal. We can call him out on it. Okay, so we're gonna spare the Seneschal any like negative repercussion here and say, I'm certain that the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. Lord preserve you, Lord Captain. I thank you for your support. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Of course. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot for myself and see to the expedient resolution of this incident. Okay. We'll get rid of Adira. Oh, wait, no, okay, so we just take everybody, because we have 6 slots.
None shall stand in my way.
They just throw shit at him? Avalon reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startling human gesture and a telling one, a rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Did you hear? They were shouting your name. Of course they were. The organization of the daily routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders. The mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavor to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks has been a cause for concern, and I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them, you are akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne, no less. Whereas I am the man whose name is attached to every order, docking rations or lowering a bay's heating. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this. Okay, so I need to change the formation. Greetings, your graces. Alright. Machine right set, okay. Inside the box, a string of scratched letters runs from along the edge. Different first names with the same surname. Looks like this box has been passed down in the family from generation to generation. Okay. Like there's nothing else over here.
I'll lay claim to the star.
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Relax, or
Oh. Greetings, your graces. Sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. The Center vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior, Master-at-Arms Jocasta Sauerback, who's arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already. It's now reached a boiling point. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I've given you an order, now get out of my way. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. Vent looks shaken, but there is fire in her eyes. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Avalon mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he meant Vent, Sauerback looming over her, or both. Your Lordship, noticing you, the 2 officers snap to attention and salute, their subordinates following suit a moment later. What's the situation? Your Lordship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. Under control, Lieutenant? I came here to lead an investigative unit, and what do I see? The rabble is on the verge of mutiny. There's nothing to investigate. This simply calls for immediate repressions and firing squads, and you, Vent, are to step away from facing charges yourself. I'd like to speak with these strikers. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Let me to wish you good luck.
A new challenge for me.
A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothes, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. Okay, so apparently it's just cold down here. A whisper passes through the crowd. You detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. They must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you've come down to see us. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking. That's news to us, your lordship, says the tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists, one wrong word, and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to whole bays for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs her spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She politely whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vince is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. Clear as day, who had a mother from the lower decks, and who grew up amidships, has no fellow feeling toward us. The grim man with the scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers. Your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. Persecution started a purpose of nothing, you say? I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. Cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we shouldn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not. We'd have been the first to report them. As for the amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with. Nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, the boots were really fine. There's no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We didn't need any amulets here. We all worship the Emperor. When we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. Same way my grandfather taught 100 years ago by a tech priest whose name called. Believe us, your lordship, we're people of faith. Naive children. Weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar objects could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. Last we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I had my 3rd little one. That is regrettable. But you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who is not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorized the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I'm certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They're the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Sarback, was it really necessary to torture these people with cold? The rabble only understands one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. As per regulations, should the laborers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is limiting air supply and cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. The peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end, they are the source of their own misery. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line, and the need for punitive measures will disappear. I mean, when you're on a ship like this and you can't really afford to have mutinies, I understand the, pragmaticness of just, threatening them with their lives. But also, we could have just talked to them. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit, and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top-deck units are being sent down here, like the one there that the lieutenant won't let past. Our clans are all inside the bay that have been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. Sure, there's some people who've had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up, and Death Squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and the glances traded between them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. Well, what changes do you want? Would you look at that? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned forces and quit turning off the heat and stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. When the enforcer's gone from here, we want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. Now, you've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on forces on the upper decks, too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies. We'll talk to them, one lower deck to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before. All because we dared to speak out. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Profit factor. So we lose 1 profit factor if we do this. So we could ask their thoughts. I know that the Master at Arms is just going to want to crack down on them. Abelard is probably going to be more okay with this, but definitely not giving them weapons. Now let's use our coercion. Spreading anarchy in the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands, and we will consider the rest. Coercion succeeded. Old Nan, listen. Listen, the Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 that's even stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down, there's no time for you to be a no stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old Nan. The 3 clans of Depot 4 will act as one. We made up our minds, it's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up, I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great. Just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. Even after all that, I get to be like, you failed to convince me, all of you die. But no. Then it's decided. The persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. We also give them fuel and provisions. Your lordship, thank you. You've not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your lordship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers and leave no stone unturned. This is complete bedlam. Hard disagree. We solved the problem without anyone having to die. There wouldn't happen to be any loot around here, would there? Hell yes. Manometer. Gauge shows that the steam pressure in this pipe is close to maximum. However, it does not reach the bars at the other end. Okay, so I think that must be all of the areas that we can go to right now. At least I don't see anything else. So, oh. So someone not too familiar with 40k, are these ships like city-sized or something? This ship is massive. It is basically a city. Some of these can be the size of, like, countries, depending upon the ship. Like, they are... So, hang on. I have to look it up, because... So there were stats for the, Let's see. So, void ships vary in size. But... So I believe we're using a frigate. Let's see. Oh yeah, we're specifically using the Firestorm frigate. So the Firestorm frigate is approximately 1.8 kilometers long and 0.3 kilometers abeam at the fins. So it's almost 2 kilometers long and then almost half a kilometer wide. And it has a crew of 25,000. So it's a small city flying around. Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions, saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of Von Valencia's Protectorate? Well, no, there's some truth in your criticism. I could see that they could be that way. I should say so, Abelard heaves a sigh, but he visibly relaxes. You simply needed to trust me. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Remember Lord Captain Theodora. Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. Well? Let's see. I would be only too willing to trust in my seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of your control, Abelard. Abelard's face relaxes slightly. You're right. At least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain. I believe I ought to explain myself. The prosperity of the Von Valencia Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. They create impulse. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concern she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods, to distant frontiers, on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over the years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hangar on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I'm not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. Ooh. Okay, so we can point out that she died, and maybe the way that she was doing things was not perfect. We can demand respect. We can... Okay, so we can agree that we'll follow his recommendations in the future. We could say that we're not going to change things. You played a sentiment in handling in recent days, but very little competence. No plans to rely on your judgment or your tried and tested procedures in the future. So, I'm kind of torn. Because on the one hand, I agree that he can't just keep doing things in the memory of the previous Lord Captain, because inherently we're just going to do things differently. Like, I want to trust him, I do, but I don't think that the thing that he would have done would have served much purpose in the long run, because I think if they had put down the rebellion down here, it could have potentially spread to the other depots, and that would have been bad. So I will respect his decision, though. I do think the prosperity of the Von Valencia's protector is just as important to me. And I agree, you are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things run in the ship, and in the future, I will follow your recommendations. However, that does not mean that I will not disagree with them. Abelard dips his head in a sign of assent. The shadow of incredible strain, which evidently had been wearing on him for some time, finally lifts from his face. I am glad you see the value in the foundations laid down by your illustrious predecessor. Why fix what isn't broken? As for me, I shall endeavor not to cause you any further consternation, Lord Captain. And now, please, let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. I mean, I do think it's worthwhile for us to, you know, sometimes see the other parts of the ship. That's the population of my town. That's kind of funny. I've lived in a town that had significantly less people than 25,000. So it is kind of wild to imagine a ship that has more people than places I've lived. All right. Let's continue to find our engine seer. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard the ship have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. What sacred cult? They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looked favorably upon their activities. Would you recommend this game? It looks pretty interesting. So I've only played a little bit of it so far. We're in like the first act of the game. We've finished the prologue tutorial part. So far, I would say yes. I think it's a very interesting game. And they're also working on some more DLC for the game. And if you like this, Owlcat is also working on Rogue Trader's, not sequel, but like the next game in the 40k universe, which is Dark Heresy. Which will be exciting, because I'm also looking forward to that. And if you like this gameplay, they have a sort of similar gameplay in the Pathfinder games, because there's Pathfinder Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, which were also really good. So yeah, I would say I recommend it. And just at a glance, if it works similar to the Pathfinder games, there are multiple, maybe not like full endings, but like different interpretations of the ending based on what your alignment is. And the alignment in this game is either you're dogmatic, so you're a fervent believer in the Emperor of Man and the Imperium. You're a heretic, so you're like a cultist, or you could be an iconoclast, where you're doing things for the benefit of the people as best you can. So I think it's interesting. There's a lot of like depth to the game that I find fun. Okay, so I'm ready to receive them. I will commence preparations at once, Lord Captain. Okay, so we have a cult. The Bloodspun Web. Oh. Rip those guys. Okay, so this must be a death cult. Oh, I like my little board game. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
They fall silent as a tall young woman steps forward. She moves towards you soundlessly, the dim light casting shadows across the mask which conceals her face. The masked cultists repeat the words in a mournful whisper. We obey still.
Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
She pulls out a sinister curved blade, and similar weapons suddenly appear in the hands of her motionless companions.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
Their blades sing through the air, and rivulets of crimson flow onto the deck. The young woman bows her head reverently as she hands you a heavy parcel. The other bow their head as well. They seem unconcerned by the blood that trickles down their fingers.
We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
Imperium lore. You've heard many stories about death cults such as this one. These devoted, holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. Examine the cultists. The cultists are all voidborn. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. Where time and training have worn their garments threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. The prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down the tear-stained faces of the captured officers, technomats, and workers. A word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voigtveer, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Interesting. So a death cult watches over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him. Sacred executioners.
The domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
Okay, so the Emperor's Tarot is a deck of psychoactive cards bearing sacred and meaningful images. Tarot cards are used for divination and predicting the future. They are believed to be able to capture images sent by the Emperor himself. In the hands of a skilled psyker, the Emperor's Tarot can be a truly potent divination tool.
How interesting. Devout assassins who believe themselves to be closely they tread the corruption and depravity. Look at them. They stand on the edge of a precipice. The smallest push will send them plummeting into the abyss. You could be their downfall. All you have to do is push.
We're definitely gonna have to get rid of this warp entity because it's very annoying. What exactly does a cult like the Bloodspun Web do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others, the virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
Okay. Cool. So ads are gonna start soon-ish. So I think I will refill my water and stretch my legs. Oh, there's the ads. Okay, yeah. So we'll pause the game and we'll let the ads run. All right, and we are back from the ads. So, we have some choices. We're definitely not picking the heretical one, but we could basically try and say like, oh yeah, don't praise the Emperor, praise me. But we're not gonna do that. You mentioned the tenets of the web. What are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
Okay, well then you have my blessing. May your blades bring swift death to the Emperor's enemies.
The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty.
Tell me about yourself, Kibala. Are you the leader of the Bloodspun Web, or its herald, or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
She stops abruptly, touches the slender fingers to the fresh wound of her hand, and paints the symbol of a lock across her lips. I see. Why have you brought the rabble to the upper decks?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One, is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself. Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
Undergo the test, you say? No, we'll have Kibla prove herself. As they are wanting to do this. Yeah, let's do that.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Oh.
Your Emperor won't save you!
I will set them free.
Kibla has
Angel's blessing awaits!
Has a remarkable background as a death cult assassin. She can use a special ability called Raining Blood. When used, it causes the target of the next melee attack to explode in a burst of blood, covering the floor and enemies behind the target. Enemies suffer additional damage. It can also use a special throwable called a Blood File to spill even more blood on the battlefield. She's a Blade Dancer. Blade Dancers are incredibly skilled sword fighters who can devastate enemies using 2 special attacks, Blade Dance and Death Rope. Okay, so she's basically me. Oh, we'll get along great. The Blade Dance ability allows the Blade Dancer to make several light attacks. Yep. Different level allows him to leap. Yep. If 2 swords are attacked, the Blade Dancer deals significantly more strikes. Ability can be used multiple times. Each use requires a charge to be spent. Gains charge by killing. Main characters are weapon skill, agility, and strength. Yep. Weapon skill enhances their melee attacks and defense in close combat. Agility increases their dodge chance and makes their abilities more efficient. Strength increases damage with swords. Okay. Well, first of all, where we are is fine. So we're going to... yeah, so let's leap here.
Trust me.
And then...
As honor ordains. As the tenet.
Oh, it just does that. Okay, well...
A tribute to the
dying Emperor!
Death Waltz. Killed 3 enemies in 1 turn using Death Waltz. Well, good to know that it's a cone. I didn't realize it was a cone like that. Oh, I get to fight more people? Hell yes. Yeah, so I don't have that ability that she's using.
Welcome his embrace. The masters demand your death.
Okay. So I don't have any more actions.
This goes against the tenets.
Death to non-believers! Chaos guides me.
Okay, yeah.
Ah!
Everyone clumped together.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Oh, she also only has 1 weapon. We need to give her another sword. Truly, truly the worst. Alright, so... do this. Alright, and then we will Blade Dance here. Or Death from Above, and then we will Death from Above again. God, I love that ability so much. It's so cool. I cut to the heart. I cut to the throat. I cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the undying one's throne and beg his forgiveness. Hibula wipes the blood from her blade in one swift movement. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Doman Deckard? Will you make me your shield and shadow? Your lordship, the spinners of the blood-spun web were watching, tracking, and killing Bonvalencian enemies long before the warrant of trade passed of Lady Theodora. However, their blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. Backtone swallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance at Kevlar. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I'm sure they must have had a good reason. The master arms clears her throat. The cultists are the scourge of the seditions. They bring the unrighteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the bloodspun cult, or bloodspun web, for we share a common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of this ship. Scourge of the sedition are not folks who are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malak did to earn that privilege, though. Who's going to feed his family now? Heinrich takes a long drag of his low stick, exhaling the thick smoke through his clenched teeth. But that's a lower decker problem. What matters is that the bloodspun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. Confessor Adalbert. The plump old man in rich robes of a confessor adds respectfully. My predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved this vessel from the servants of the archenemy. The bloodspun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse in its veins and the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them the favor of House von Valencius. Confessor, tell me about the spinner's great sacrifice. The vessel is beset by famine and pestilence during a long warp jump. The flagship wandered uncharted paths in the Immaterium for 20 cycles straight. Servants of the archenemy used the despairing hearts of the crew to infiltrate the ship, and death followed. The hungry became the hunted, the famished became the feast. The exhausted crew was too weak and emaciated to resist the intruders, but then the spinners emerged from the depths. They stood alone against hundreds of foe, yet they did not falter. They did not sleep or rest as their blade tip danced through death. Dance brought death. Though many spinners fell, the bloodspun web held strong until the flagship left the turmoil of the warp. It seems not all the officers have been presented to me yet. Confessor Adelbert, your lordship. As a humble servant of the Emperor, I am entrusted with the high honor of being the ship's confessor, or in other words, the highest spiritual authority on your vessel. I am here to oversee the purity of the crew's faith. I officiate in the officer's chapel. We'll look at the ship's reliquary. I wish you knew what my retinue thinks. I have heard, though only at a distance, the prayers the spinners offer up to him. I have seen how their deeds fill the people's hearts with confidence in the inevitability of his wrath. The Bloodspun's web's loyalty to the Emperor is without question, as is their willingness to lay down their lives in the fight against the archenemy. Although Lady Theodora never granted the cult an audience or brought a spinner into her retinue, she respected the Bloodspun web and approved of its mission. It is strange. Their shadowy forms are swathed in darkness, yet a radiant light burns within them like scarlet flame. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even among servants of the faith. Well, you will be my shadow, Kibla. Kibla's movements are slow, almost rhythmic as she removes her ceremonial mask. The dark shadows of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth, I am your shadow, Domin Decad von Valencius, an instrument of death placed in your hand by the Undying One, for so it was ordained, and so his terror forspoke. The young woman bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. He wishes you to know that the doors of the Undying Temple are open to you. Are you suggesting the Lord Captain should go down into the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They are not fitting place for his lordship. Forspoke? What do you mean? What terror? The greatest, most sacred relic of the Bloodspun Web, the Emperor's terror. Only his chosen servants may earn the permission to rain blood upon the cards and perform a reading to see portents of the future, shadows of the past, or tangles of the present. However, secrets of his terror are not for the ears of lay people to hear. I cannot tell you more. Not here. Not now. Who is the Vizier? He is the first among us. The Vizier has spun the web of faith for 5-fold longer than I have lived. Blood of the flagship's blood, my mentor and teacher. Where is your temple located? I am not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Ariane, the matriarch spider. Hers was the thread that would become the Bloodspun web. Our path began deeper than the flagship, in the dark tunnels of the freight line, and that is where yours must begin as well. This journey will bring you closer to the thread of the web, closer to the Undying One, closer to understanding death. I will walk in the footsteps of the matriarch spider. Not right now, but I will do it. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The Vizier awaits you. The cultist retreats into the shadows as Kibla sheathes her ceremonial dagger. Your blade awaits direction, Domin Decad. We will speak again when the time is right. Okay, so she's one of the DLC characters. I already like her. If for no other reason, then she is using the same ability as me. So she is another character who can cut through a bunch of people. The Rogue Trader ship is a veritable ship city sailing through the void. There you go, Fighting Fisher Cat, confirmed. It is basically a city. The ship has numerous compartments that you can visit. Navigate these compartments using the map of the ship, which you can access from the main elevator mini compartment. Yep. Oh, I didn't mean to go down into here. Although, I guess this is also fine, because I think we can... Oh, I don't think I ever actually came over here. That or there's stuff here that I didn't have here before. Goods. His chagrin is irrelevant. What if his mistake cost me too much? Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He's failed at what he was supposed to be irreproachable at, uncovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him. Kunran has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he's no fool. You could not have seriously expected to become the next in the Von Valencius line when his skills and talents as Master of Whisperers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn. Oh, okay. So I did have my portrait as me, and I do like that. I almost wonder if I should like change it so that whenever we're in like conversation, I can just put myself over here. I don't know. I'll play around with it off stream, maybe. Master of ablutions. What? Would you like to take a bath? Sure. What are they carrying? Is that brownies? This is a sick bathtub, though. I would enjoy this quite a lot. The soothing water caresses your senses. Your grateful muscles welcome the chance to relax. Pleasant languor spreads out through your body as you allow yourself a moment of quiet relaxation. Address the enforcers. No, I wish to see someone from my retinue. Which of them would you like me to summon? No, I think it'd be really rude to call Cassie in here to paint my portrait right now. Yeah, let's invite Argenta. At once. Deckard, are you conditioning your body with water treatments? How commendable. Allow me to share some of the water exercises I learned at Schola Progenium. Argenta does not wait for a reply, but immediately launches into a series of detailed instructions. But I do not... Argenta, hold on a moment. Oh, okay. Argenta, hold. Would you like me to go over any of the exercises again? Very well, I will try your exercises. Follow my lead. She briskly explains how to stretch your muscles correctly. She makes you repeat each exercise multiple times to teach you the best way to do bends and squats. Her eyes are alight with righteous fire, and her voice rings out with conviction. She shows the same dedication to completing each exercise as she does to destroying heretics. Athletics test succeeded. The sister is tireless. It is a challenge to keep up with her unrelenting pace, but you refuse to accept defeat. Your muscles are starting to ache by the time you finish the exercise, but your body feels invigorated. Argenta wipes the sweat from her brow with an air of satisfaction. Good work. A healthy body is like a finely tuned bolter, a worthy instrument of his will. I'll take my leave now. Rest and recover your strength. Could I actually call my enforcers in here? Yeah, you two, get in here. I require company and pleasant conversation. Enforcer Brand. The enforcer exchanges a puzzled glance. Do you mean us, your lordship? Yeah, there's no need to be shy. Come on, relax. Orders received, your lordship. We will commence relaxation immediately. The enforcers are lean and muscular. They sit down awkwardly in the tub, clearly fighting the urge to stand at attention. Would you like to talk about, your lordship? We await your orders. You seem tense. Your orders are to enjoy some of this food in Emasek. The enforcers are barely able to conceal their excitement. They shove delicious delicacies in their mouths and wash them down with obscenely expensive drinks. They never experienced anything like this before and likely never will again. It is a feast they will not soon forget, a story they will tell their grandchildren. Tell me about yourselves. Do you have any other responsibilities besides guarding these chambers? For hundreds of years, our clan has been responsible for ensuring the rogue trader's safety during times of leisure and relaxation. The enforcer's voice is filled with pride. I guard the bath chamber, just as my grandmother did before me. She trained me herself and instructed me in my duties. This bath chamber can be more dangerous than a battlefield sometimes. You can slip on a wet tile, you can choke and drown. If the water is too hot, you can burn yourself, and if it's too cold, you can freeze. There have even been cases where angry machine spirits have released sparks of their fury in the water. And of course, there have been numerous assassination attempts, and the one stops abruptly as the other enforcer loudly clears his throat. It is reassuring to know my enforcers are prepared for anything. We live to serve, your lordship. We'll keep you safe. What do enforcers do in their free time? When we're off duty, we train, maintain our equipment, and pray at regulation-approved intervals. If we do have some time to ourselves, we might play some Tantalo. And Brand over here carves things out of soap scraps. She nods at her partner. Though for the most part, we barely get enough time for rest, let alone for leisure. I see. You may relax with me here until I finish bathing. We would consider a great honor, your lordship, but please do not tell the Master at Arms to join in your ablutions. Mistress Sarbeck will beat us bloody if she finds out. Relax and close your eyes. The tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete stillness, joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore. Before long, you have surrendered the bastion of your body to the bliss of oblivion. Troubles, worries, loss, such things do not belong in this newly established dominion of tranquility. There are only the infinite waters of weightlessness, in which, stripped of all things superficial, the mind of Deckard von Valencius drifts in silent bliss. It is a conscious mind. What fills this consciousness? Okay, so we can pick dogmatic, iconoclast, or heretical. Let's see. So thoughts of those who keep him afloat in these waters, who will drown and who will he manage to pull to the surface. Thoughts of his monumental duty to the Emperor. Such duty can only be fulfilled through service and death. Such is the price of humanity's victory in the everlasting war. Thoughts about the price paid for power, the inconstant paths through which such power is obtained, and the people and things he will sacrifice for the sake. Only a desperate desire to lose himself in these precious moments of peace and quiet before they're gone. No, I actually think let's do dogmatic this time. So, thoughts of his monumental service to the Emperor. The sacrifice of the many paves the way to a triumphant future for the Titan that is the protector of the Empyrean. It is a heavy burden to be the ground beneath his feet, but it is glorious to serve such a righteous purpose in unity. The moment of serenity soon fades, the body reclaims the mind, binding it once more to the familiar shell of flesh, sinew, and bone. Finish your ablutions. You feel revitalized. This is truly an experience worthy of a rogue trader. Okay, so how much did that actually affect our... let's see. Where is the character? That's what I want. Okay, so we don't have any ranks in Dogmatic yet because we haven't done enough to actually earn ranks in it. Oh, okay, yeah, we can level you up. So let's see. So you can't take any Psyker stuff. Any type of Voidborn character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance to double the damage. Let's see. Dance of Blood. Death Cult's Assassin's allies deal 2+ agi bonus more damage to enemies if both the ally and their target stand on the blood-covered cells. That is pretty cool. Each time the Death Cult Assassin parries or dodges an effect, all enemies with the Bloodstain effect suffer +1 stack of this effect. Creature suffers +2% more damage for each stack of Bloodstain. Dance of Thorns might actually be the way to go here. A creature with blood blessed or bloodstained gain +1 of this effect whenever bleeding, burning, or toxin. Gains +1 stack each time damage from bleeding, burning, or toxin. Okay, so inflicting things will give a stack. Taking damage from things will give a stack. +1 stack whenever raining blood is inflicted again, or whenever it starts its turn all blood covered. Crimson Tide might be the way to go, actually. Yeah, let's do Crimson Tide, which just increases the damage that we deal. Okay. And then we need agility, weapon skill, and strength are the most important ones. So I think we need to do agility. And then I think we take the same thing. I think we take acrobatic artistry because I think that's just way too good. Especially if we get a bunch of stacks of death from above. We can just death from above across the room and then repeat all of those and just kill everyone and get all of our stacks back. So So I think she's steadily going to replace Abelard, because if we can make her a dodge tank, and then we can invest ourselves in doing, like, spell buffs, I think that's worth it. She's pretty far behind him right now. But we could catch her up pretty quick. Medicae is going to be us. So I'm not concerned about that. Demolition. Well, if we're using Argenta has really good demolition, so I don't think we need that. Yeah, I think we do athletics for now. Okay. Cool. The long-dead eyes of this fierce monster forever capture the fear and pain of its final moments. Okay, so let's get out of here. All right. Back to the deck. Oh, she is on the deck. Okay, well, we'll talk to her later. We don't need to talk to her right now. All right, let's finally get here and get our Spirit Keeper. Which we've been trying to do, and we keep getting stopped. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue rolls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you've been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. Oh, we didn't make it in time. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among the number, you recognize the disfigured and bloody faces of those who died on the ship's bridge, and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Kunrad Voigt's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Stop. I did not wish for any of you to die. The dead remain deaf to your words, creeping ever closer to the inevitability of death itself. You belatedly realize that your trembling hand has found the shard when its razor-sharp edge cuts into your palm. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon, a skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, and a curved design, unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there, on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind will confirm your guess. The tapestry is woven. The path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. Throw the Daemon Blade away. Never. Your body refuses to obey your mind. The handle feels as if it has become one with your hands, and the gaze of the demonic eyes sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. You awaken from the vision, kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing. You struggle to recall your face, the faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what just transpired. You'd rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand for your Vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact and head for the nearest airlock for it to be claimed by the void. Okay, so that seemed like a demon sword that we probably shouldn't have. So that's probably fine that we got rid of that. Anything in the vault? No. Okay, let's put all of these like books and shit that we're finding. I don't think I need this. Oh, whatever. This is all our, like, key items and shit, so we'll just put it all in here. Okay. One place is... Oh, yeah, this is the Shrine of Remembrance. Okay, so... Once again... I would like to try and get to the location we're trying to get to. Oops. Oh my god, finally. Begin scan. There's a starport. Yep, let's bring everyone with us. I see. I see. The starport greets you with the din of ordnance and the smell of explosive tickles your nostrils. It's difficult to tell through the smoke who is firing at whom. Halt! Weapons on the ground or I'm firing! A man in a torn and dirty uniform hobbles towards you from behind the chunks of rockcrete and crumpled plasteel. His cracked helmet is adorned with a crooked label that reads Sergeant Malgar. Alright, so our skies are in lockdown, the rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you lot just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it? On a shuttle like that. Where did you get it? Stolen from the palace, isn't it? He's visibly awed by the resplendent gold of your transport. Grab 'em, lads. We've got ourselves a rebel landing force. Abelard turns purple. By the Holy Throne, what is this mess? They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them. Yeah, I think we need to cut in here. Normally we're pretty reserved, but I do think we need to cut in. I'm Rogue Trader von Valencius. Give me your status report this instant. With a mixture of awe and terror, he snaps to attention, raises his freshly cut chin with an exemplary soldier, and barks. My mistake, sir. At once. The starport is under the control of the governor's wardens. Perimeter commander is Sergeant... A frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere with a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. With a rasping cough, the sergeant turns back to you. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Last Malgar reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve? What's going on here? Unrest, sir. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower levels sparked, then it went up the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, the mag train stations. Then Felix tore off his mask, precisely because he knew about the trouble of Reich and Benors. He knew that none of our allies would come to your aid. You may continue your report, peasant. My unit was here until it all went to the Groxes. The tech priest linked to satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Rickard Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures in order to increase security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warden details. The alarms were raised, we were sent to secure the starport, the only reason we were able to hold it. They're crushing us. Oh, we were late. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo, every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but they'll drive us out of here any minute. No, we'll be as kindly to him as we can. We'll pat him on the shoulder. You're doing fine work, Malgar, and so are your troops. It's people like you that hold the Imperium together. I live to serve. The sergeant's grim voice rings with a martyr's pride. Do you happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? The word Inquisition, the sergeant's face fills us all. I don't know, sir. There definitely haven't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at the headquarters, your lordship, sir. Some dirty dog nearly shot down my shuttle. Affirmative, your lordship. all those damn rebels. Those maggots somehow got their hands on an anti-aircraft battery. That's causing our shuttles no end of trouble. That thing really packs a punch. You're lucky they missed you. I've seen them fry 2 shuttles carrying reinforcements. Not a soul survived. Well, I'm going to go see the governor. If I may report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damned anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. You'd have to be on foot. The streets are dangerous. I've no one to send you as an escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I'll voxcast orders to them to wait for you. And I'll inform headquarters. They better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we'll follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. Idira frowns as her gaze grows distant, as if she's looking to the sergeant. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know, the same hand that salutes Mao might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, but I can't get my head around these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight to my last drop. You're a good soldier, Malga. I'll see that your heroism is noted. I live to serve. Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands. On your travels, you may hear rumors. Serving the rogue trader's attention. Some are rumors, other times there's truth to them, and in some cases there may be even more. To verify a rumor, travel to the place indicated in the description. While traversing the Cronus Expanse, as a rogue trader, you're bound to hear rumors regarding your own deeds and exploits, some of which reflect the reactions of the defense citizens' choices you've made. Okay, so, rumors. Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar is a powerful and mysterious figure who plays a pivotal role in the fate. He's so power so great, extends even. Yep. Identified void ship. According to the satellites, one of the identified void ships circling the nearby star is landed on this large uninhabited world in the system. Okay. So yeah, so the order in which we did these actually mattered because, well, we suddenly have one less.
How vast the sky is. It is no wonder that mutiny broke out here. How can order be maintained in a place without compartments or bulkheads?
I would argue that it is not the size of the territory, but the competence of the governor that matters. Ugh, he did not even send a proper cortege to meet us.
Okay, so I think we do this.
Victory awaits!
Yeah, that seems much more in line.
Submit and you'll die quickly!
Cassia is an officer.
Level you!
She strikes foes with the energies of the warp and supports the party by making your allies stronger. Voice of the command increases the allies' characteristics roll and allows them to use other officer archetype abilities on that ally from any distance. Voice of command again on the same ally only after 2 rounds have passed since its first application. Green items offer the ability to immediately move an extra, grant an extra turn to an ally. During that extra turn, that ally does not gain any movement points, but they do gain 2 action points. That's crazy. That's very useful. If the ally is under the effective voice command and destroys an enemy before the end, they are granted extra momentum for this kill. This star has a unique damaging ability to sails all targets in a wide cone in front of the narrative with energies. Damage is based on the navigator's willpower. All creatures targeted must pass a willpower resistance test to become stunned. Cool. So we need to set ourselves up, assess the battlefield. There's a bunch of enemies here. There's like 1 or 2 in the back. All right. So for me, let's start with you. How far ahead can we put you? Half is blocked. Abelard. And then we'll put you, I guess, here. You will put... Not really a good position for everybody. I'll just put you here for now.
I'm
maggot.
It's a lot of enemies.
Pain cleanses the body. Let's get to it.
Curse you, miscreant!
Okay, well, they're trying. Alright. So it's our turn. Let's do... So, let's... Can I move to here and hit you? I can. Okay, yeah, so let's move to here.
I don't have time for this.
Hit you. Blade dance. And then flip over to
Not a
this
problem
side.
for me.
Oh, damn. I was hoping that would work. Okay, well, in that case, iron arm ourselves because we were about to get smacked around. Unfortunately. So we could return to there, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be as useful.
I cannot serve you in this way.
No, unfortunately, that's too far away. Okay, we're gonna get attacked a lot here.
Show me what you've got.
Maybe not, actually.
Brace yourself, Avalon. Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
Wow, he is shooting his own guys. Very annoying. Okay, so we do need to medkit ourselves. How close do we have to be for a medkit to work? We have to have line of sight. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just kill this guy.
At your beck and call. One fewer target.
And then we can charge to you. Oh, hi, Roguish Delight. Welcome in, ICP. Oh, well, hopefully you can get some good sleep. Alright, and then... Alright. Argenta, let's move up. Oh. Okay, we're probably gonna miss these shots, but...
Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
You're right, doubt is for the weak.
I'll
Alright,
do it.
let's run and gun. I think we just do that again. Hell yeah. And then Furious Recital to gain even more zeal. Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm definitely in danger.
Out of my way.
How goes it? It goes pretty well. We've gained 2 more companions so far.
Yeah.
So far, Rogue Trader's been very fun. Oh,
I'll live another day.
Weapon at the ready.
I'm pretty sure that they've now killed more of their people than I have. Okay, let's go over here. And... can I reach any of you guys? No, no line of sight. Seems like Warhammer and D&D combined. That's because it is. So, Rogue Trader is one of the Warhammer tabletop games, along with Dark Heresy. And so if you like D&D and you like Warhammer 40k, boy, do I have a game for you. Okay, so let's forewarn you. And then... I guess we can Psychic Shriek you?
That is not my destiny.
Oh, we don't have line of sight. Okay, well then we just have to chill. Cassia, what can you do? Voice of command. Yeah, let's voice of command. Hang on. Can I... If I do it here, can I voice...
Be
Yes.
careful not to
Okay, there we
cross my gaze.
Okay, so now we're gonna get an extra turn. Characteristics by plus 14. Can use my abilities at any distance. Alright, so now let's use this. Extra turn. I don't gain any movement points. But I can do this. Alright. And then we'll switch back to our blade and end our turn. And then I think that's all we can do. Oh, all of them died from my other stuff. So now... Death Waltz. You make a melee attack. So, I think what I do here is I come over here, and we Death Waltz here. And then we Death Waltz again here. And then we Death Waltz here.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
And then... I don't gain movement speed if I go back. So I guess we just wait here. Poor Kibble has been all the way in the back. Hasn't really been able to do anything. You don't have to worry about actions and bonus actions. Yeah, so it uses more of a, it has a bit more in line with, like, if you ever played the old Fallout games, because it uses action points and movement points. And so you have abilities that can, like, give you action points and movement points for stuff. We'll just wait.
Here we go.
That's fine. Abelard, do me a favor and kill this man.
It will be done.
Thank you. Alright, I did receive a wound, so I do need someone to heal me. I need a medkit.
We shall prevail.
Okay, let's use our medkit on ourselves. I love not worrying about spell slots. Well, okay. So here's the thing. You don't have to worry about spell slots in this game. You can cast spells as much as you want. Caveat. So there's two kinds of psychers. There's sanctioned and unsanctioned. You can kind of think of them in the same way that you might have, like, I mean, mechanically, they're functionally the same. They play more like sorcerers, because, like, you have the same spells all the time. Can you be an unsanctioned psyker? Yes, you can. In fact, this character is an unsanctioned psyker. However, there's pros and cons to that. So, they do get some benefits. Like, they have some things that they get to do because they're an unsanctioned psyker. So, like, for example, they baseline have a higher psi rating when they are casting a spell. So their spells are more powerful, but they have a 5% additional chance to trigger Perils of the Warp. Now, Perils of the Warp is this thing that in the tabletop you basically roll this really big table of terrible, horrible things that can happen. It can be a bunch of things. It can be anything from like pushing things around, dealing damage to yourself or enemies or allies. You can summon daemons. You can summon hazards. Like there's a bunch of shit that can happen. It's basically D&D wild magic. And as you cast spells of any kind, whether you're sanctioned or unsanctioned, you start causing the veil between the materium and the immaterium to degrade, which can cause that to happen. So anytime you cast anything, any spell at all, that is like a psyker ability, or if you use a psyker staff. So like, for example, I have a psychic staff. This lightning arc does damage to the veil. And the only way to get rid of that damage is to have a thing that like either reduces degradation, which is something I can do eventually, or it's something that that just goes away if you trigger a downside of some kind. Okay. Let's look around here and see if there's anything of note.
Follow my lead.
It's really good. Like, it's a good system.
I won't heed your
Okay, we managed to sneak up on them so we can go further away. All right, so first of all, let's put me over here. Wait. No, I'll put myself, like, here. We'll put Kibala over here. Abelard, you can go here. And then Adira can go here, and you can go here, Argenta. And then Cassia. Yes, Cassia, we probably want to put you... Hang on, Adira, can I put you a little further away? I think I might put Adira over here and put Cassia here. Oh, I can't reach with her. Okay, well then Adira, in that case, you are going here because that gives you more cover. Cassia, can you get into any cover? I'll put you there. Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, whoops. I think I skipped Argenta's turn.
Out my way.
But yeah, if you like the theme of Darktide, that is basically what this game is. It's Warhammer 40k, but D&D. All right, Cassia. So, I'm going to voice of command. We command myself again? No, let's.
I'm a navigator.
Let's
not a
voice
servitor.
you. And oh, if we did this, it would hit our entire party, but it would kill all of these guys. No, we're gonna do this. All right, Kibala, time to do your thing. Okay, so let's do this. And then time to rain blood.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
And then we can jump here. And then we can just end the turn. And that was the bonus turn. I guess I'll have you move up to here. I've always had a disdain for spell slots. The caveat is worth it in my opinion. I like spell slots to a degree, but I do like systems where you can do stuff besides use spell slots. Tried to shoot me, shot his own buddy. Nice.
want to slaughter someone.
All right.
Let's get to it.
Oh, you stepped in the blood. Wow, rude. They knocked down Abelard. Okay, so. Can I...
Death is a blessing.
Okay, we can do that. So... How far can we go? I didn't actually mean to do that. I could reach here. Okay, and then the next attack. So then we'll do this. All right, so now my allies have Blood Blessed, so they get bonus damage for each stack. And then that guy died.
The shadows will slay.
So now I can do this.
Brings me no pleasure.
All right, Abelard. Okay, so I have Death Waltz. Oh, there's an ad. My bad. Okay, so... Death from above against the enemy without spending a charge, immediately making a melee attack. Okay, let's do this.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Okay, so we can do that. Oh my god, I get so many uses of it. Okay. I could do this. And then we'll buff ourselves. And then... I guess I could leap into... No, but it won't matter. Because I have a lower dodge, but I gain toughness and strength. So I think we're fine to chill here.
Here we go.
Let's get to it.
Oh, thanks for tuning in, Fighting Fisher Cat. Have a good night. Okay. Psychic Shriek. We could do this, but it would potentially hit you. I think that's worth it, though. That's a lot of damage. Let's do this.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Okay, and then we'll give you dodge bonus. And then...
I'm not so sure.
We don't have line of sight on you. That's fine. We'll just...
No can do.
Okay, we don't need to do anything else. Alright, so... let's move to here. And then... well, okay. We'll run and gun. And then... we can... controlled shot.
I will not.
Can I not? Why can I not do that? Why is it unavailable? Is there a reason why I can't shoot?
I refuse.
Oh, does it skip my current turn?
This is unacceptable.
Let's get to it.
That's weird. Okay, we could vastly damage a bunch of our people, but we don't want to do that. I think if we just do this. Let's do this.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Okay, and then Argenta. Can I just give you an extra turn? Hell yes. All right, let's bleed dance.
Come, the other side awaits.
And then we can do this for free
As on
now.
ordained, death is a blessing.
Okay. Oh, they destroyed the cover.
Worse.
Wait, how did she get crippled? Oh, that's weird. I don't know what he did to do that.
At
Well,
your beck and call.
charge. Okay, and then next melee attack does bonus damage. Die.
Reduced to dust.
Use some medkits in time to treat injuries to avoid traumas is a more difficult task. Then they'll be healed by resting on the ship or in certain places suitable for rest. Okay, well she's just gonna have like reduced movement speed. Oh, and minus 20 agility? That's brutal for her. That's really bad. Okay. I guess let's just do this. Move here and scream. Oh, right. If we cast in melee, it's still a problem. Let's analyze you. And then expose weakness. You're really the only one who can get over there. Okay. Move to here. Bolter fire onto you. Alright. We can't shoot
As the
again.
Emperor commands, I act.
Let's just do that just in case.
Let's make it quick.
His faith shields me.
Yeah, she's defended. Minus hour. Grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP. During this turn, there's no attack limit. Okay.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
So Argenta should be able to just absolutely wreck this guy. So we're going to move into melee range. And we're just going to do
Faith
this.
without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Then we'll just reload. And then now it's her turn. So now we move in range. Actually, no. Let's voice of command. Oh, wait, no, we already did that. So let's give you another turn. Die. Okay, we will have to take her back to the ship at some point to repair that damage. Okay, let's do a level up. So, Blade Dancer for me. Characteristic. So weapon skill we can keep raising. We do need to raise agility. We also need to raise strength, because our strength isn't that high. I think we need to raise our agility, though, because agility is relevant to our dodge chance. Although... yeah, let's do agility. And then we get to choose a talent. So, Blade Dancer attacks may deal bonus agility. It's using a two-handed sword. No. Enemies attacked have a weapon skill, perception reduced, Death Warden. Medicaid is now by weapon skill instead of intelligence. Okay, so our weapon skill right now is... let me see. Maximum wounds are increased by plus... okay, so my dodge divided by 10. Blade Dancer deals +5 plus Medicaid divided by 10% critical damage. It can use medkits as if having the talent. Do we already have the... do we take the talent to use medkits? No, we hadn't taken it yet. So this might actually be the time where we take that, because that might actually be good. Melee area attack costs 1 AP less. That's also very helpful, actually. Each attack made increases all subsequent attacks they make this turn by +5%. This effect stacks up to 3 times. Area attacks, burst attacks are considered single attacks. Okay, so Blade Dancing would steadily increase my damage. I think we do Death Warden. And then for you, you desperately are going to need agility. You already have Death Warden. You just came with that. So, let's see. I think we give you... I think we give you Race Against Death. Or maybe Rising Tempo. Let's give you Rising Tempo. Okay. And then for you, I think we just keep giving you Toughness. Nothing recommended. Fleet combat training. Whenever he scores a critical hit or successfully parries an attack with their primary weapon, they immediately make an attack. You're going to open against the same enemy. Okay, that's really good because we have him using a pistol in his offhand. So I think that's... there might have been other things we could take. He's going to be in the middle of combat a lot, so giving him a thing that he can do when he parries is very useful. Okay, recommended joint analysis. Until the operator's next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal +3 more damage. Which only costs 1 AP. The next attack against a target affected by an exploit, that target's cover efficiency. Okay, so this just removes target efficiency, or target's cover, basically. Let's do joint analysis. I think that's better. And then... so the problem is... both of these are useful, but currently we're already pretty good at it. So this would really just be... I guess we don't need Medicaid. I don't need you to do lore. You have good awareness. I guess let's give you logic is fine. Okay, what do you get? Okay, we've already taken ballistic skill, so we can't take it. So we'll take, I guess, agility instead. Because it increases our initiative, which lets her go more frequently. There's no recommendeds. Offense, support, universal type. Blincing Faith. 3% armor penetration with chain and power attacks. No, we don't have that. Litany of Hatred. Litany of Purification. I don't think we have... We really don't have that many, like, litany type stuff we can do. Maybe we take... Bolt Weapon... Durable Nodding. Enemies immobilized or slowed by this character's weapon. No, we don't have that. Promethium treatment. Okay. I think we do... Maybe Bolt Weapon Expert? Dual characters gain plus 10% chance of plus 10 armor against Xenos or Daemon. So... No Heresy is actually not that useful to me. While under 40% wounds, Imperial Word characters gain a plus 10 bonus to all characteristics. No. Stronger together. All allies, including Xenos in the current party, gain plus 5 the same characteristic as was chosen for humanity's finest. Litany of Hatred is pretty good. Litany of Purification would deal damage to demons and Xenos. Deals plus 1 more damage and plus 3% more critical damage with bolt weapons. Tenets of Retribution. You know what? Let's take Tenets of Retribution. For lack of a better thing to take, just flat damage increase when using bolt weapons, and then when using Melta and Flamer weapons is just going to be good. Alright, and then Cassia, you get... what do you get? Air of Authority, so resolve by +4. If targets on their effects, they start their next turn with +1 additional action point. Pretty good. Get back in the fight. Encourage an ally who immediately recovers from burning, bleeding, toxin, and stunned. They're under the effective voicing when they also gain 12 temporary. Ooh, that's pretty good. But also starting with more action points is really good too. I think we do get back in the fight, because it can remove stuns, which I think is very useful. Okay, so now we get to pick a talent. Oh. Oh, well, hello. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, Falcon Paladin. Just... There we go. Hello. Welcome in. You just caught us doing a level up while we are currently looking for our tech priest. But welcome in. Hello, for those who do not know who I am. Hi, which I assume is going to be all of you guys. Hi, I'm Deckard Acewood. We play a lot of different stuff. Mostly we play a lot of RPGs and challenge type things. But every once in a while, I'll also do some fun little collab things with some of my friends. Here and there, depending upon what people are in the mood for. I think most recently we did a 6-person game of Elden Ring Night Rain, which was fun. That was pretty cool. And then sometimes we've done like Phasmophobia and some other like party games. But welcome in. What were you playing? Oh, it looks like you were playing Rogue Trader. Was it your first time playing, or I assume it's not, because you immediately knew who Pascal was. Okay, let's see. So we're currently figuring out what we're going to take for Cassia, who so far I really like Cassia. I also really like the DLC character. I forget her name right now, but Kibala? Time for a heretical run. Excellent. We're not doing that in mine. We're going to do, I think, Kibala. That's what it was. Yeah, that's right. We're doing, we are currently doing a little bit of an Iconoclast run, although I do want to do some, a little bit of the like for the Emperor type stuff, because I do think that it's not a bad thing, given how the universe is, to side with the Emperor. So we have a little bit of that. But yeah. Also, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. One step closer to 150 followers. Okay, so let's see. And yeah, obviously, if you need to raid and run, for anybody who's tuning in, I don't know how long your stream is running. It is also getting pretty late for some people, so feel free to, you know, self-care, take care of yourself, grab some water. We also are fully in support of lurking here, so, you know, second monitor content is what we strive to be, so don't mind just leaving us on and just hanging out. Okay, so enemies damaged by the navigator suffer 10% additional damage from any source of warp damage. Okay. I think Eye of Oblivion might actually be the call here, because I think putting Cassia into a position where she can see everyone and then like making her defensive is gonna mean that everybody has a harder time hitting her. And it means that she's gonna make everyone else have a harder time hitting everybody else too. So I think that that's just what we go for. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, now I need to remember to give my characters the weapons that I just got, because I forgot to give her another weapon. See. So we just got another one. They gave us something. Silent Verdict. Okay, Death Cult weapon gains the following. Minus 8% to the target's parry, plus 2% to the wielder's critical chance for each attack they make. This weapon bonus stacks until the end of the round. So, this is a two-handed weapon. Ooh. Okay, hang on. So I think what we do here is we use the two-handed weapon, and we let you use this weapon. And I think that will work out nicely. Because then you get the chain sword, and you're dual wielding now, so now your other abilities are better. Okay. That'll work. So this staff is the same staff. I don't need to worry about that. Deadshot Stub Revolver. Can you use this? Okay, let's replace the auto pistol with that. And I don't think you have anything else to use. Okay. And then I don't think we have anything else we want to use for you. So armor. All we have is armored body gloves, unfortunately. Not much we can do about that. All right. Yep, take all that. Is there any other goods around here? Okay, a bunch of traps. Oh my god, so many traps.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh. Okay, this was plot relevant.
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech priest! We need to take him alive!
Knowledge find it, and let their enemies reap knowledge.
Do it! Fall back!
Whoa. Hell yeah. You alive there, buddy?
May knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
The man dressed in crimson should not have survived an explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear the wheezing of the respirator that covers half his face.
Not another step.
A trill from the folds of the partially smoldering crimson raiment. It is Banaric speech, the sacred language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Banaric hymn transforms into a Vox-synthesized voice that sounds like thunder rolling over a vast plain.
Flee, for I am death.
His gaunt hand rises to stop you, and immediately your Vox howls in pain and your machine equipment starts crackling. Tech Priest's blazing power axe disgorges a cloud of righteous sparks, and his visor glows menacingly in blue and green.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Ah, classed.
He clutched his head as his ocular implant is racked with a wave of interference. Yeah, I guess whenever you're fighting a Tech Priest, you can turn off all of your implants. Maintain a contemptuous silence. No, I am Rogue Trader Deckard von Valencius. I mean you no ill will.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valencius. I am detecting no need for confrontation. The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
The Tech Priest stares resolutely forward, his mechadendrite tentacles rising gracefully around his hunched figure, which is illuminated by the flames of the smoldering remains of the machine. How did you manage to kill off a slew of people and blow up a sacred machine without even laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
He stares aghast at the burning remains as if he had nothing to do with what just happened. His Vox produces a mournful prayer.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
Fair enough. What do you wish to just see the governor?
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location.
I see.
My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
If the Tech Priest's voice carried any compassion for the dead, the dry words that crackled from his Vox system did not convey a shred of it. Who are you?
I identify as Magus Pascal Haneman of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
I see.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orselio's star charts, in the Furibunda system, not far from the void colony of Footfall. You have traveled a long way to come here, esteemed Magos.
You must be quite devoted to your mentor to be willing to wade into this mess for him.
Cessation of vital functions is an unavoidable phenomenon, and therefore an insignificant one. The doctrine of worship repudiates the fear of death.
I see.
With my mentor's words, the Omnissiah gives me the algorithm for redemption and triumphant service. I will be redeemed, and I will triumph.
Okay, well, I do think I want to bring you with me, so I will invite you to join my retinue.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Okay, so I assume I'm going to have to send somebody back. Alright, so... You're currently injured anyway, so let's bring you. I don't know, though. Yeah, crippled leg is pretty brutal on her, actually. Alright, let's bring Pascal. Okay, so we have perception, intelligence. Okay, so intelligence for you is fine. And then no recommendeds. Deflection against burning and flame weapons. Acceleration protocols. Pascal gains 5 MP in the first round of combat. Every successful melee attack grants him +2 MP for the next round. I think we need him to be a support character. If we can. Machine Spirit Communion applies 1 sec of exploit on all... Okay, hang on. Machine Spirit Communion. All weapons in a huge area gain additional effects. Ally weapon recoil is reduced by half. Enemy recoil is increased by half. Okay. Is that a thing I just have? Okay, what does he have right now? So he just automatically has Machine Spirit Communion and Banishment. And he's wielding his Holy Vestments, and then he has an Omnissiah Axe and an Arc Rifle. Which he's allowed to wield because of his arm. So he can wield a two-handed weapon and a two-handed gun. And it's an arc rifle. So let's see. Pascal attacks and effects of the exposed weakness ability gain bonuses against enemies under the effects of the Machine Spirit Communion if they had 2 more seconds of exploit. Okay. If he uses plasma or melta weapons the first round in combat, he gains 1 AP. Melee attacks apply the Machine Spirit Communion on all targets. 1 sec of exploit on all targets. Forge World characters can use Persuasion, Coercion, and Commerce based on intelligence instead of Fellowship. That might be worth taking. Skirmish protocols. Skirmish protocols seems pretty good, actually. Does an arc rifle count as a plasma weapon? Guess it must, right? Every time Pascal uses plasma or melta weapons, his damage with these weapons increases by 10%. I kind of like that. He loses all stacks if he does not shoot for a round. I like the idea of him turning into a turret. That's kind of funny. Pulse amplifier. No, we're going to take overcharge protocol. And then fresh target, deal bonus damage to things that are at full health. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage and +2% armor penetration until the end of turn. Actually, wait, hang on. Wasn't there... Wasn't there something that applied... That applies exploit. Boost weakness ability gains bonuses against enemies in the effect as if they had 2 more stacks of exploit. Okay, so I think we actually need to take this and not the other thing. Because then we can take... Here's an exploit. Only applies the first strike or projectile on a burst attack. Yeah, so I think what we have to do here is... We take Tide of Excellence. Because then it counts as though we have more stacks, so we don't actually put stacks on things, and then we just shoot a lot. And then let's raise intelligence again. Until the operative's next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal +4 more damage. See, that's really good. So we'll take that still. Ooh, actually, no. For him... It might be better for him to be able to remove... No. I think joint analysis is the correct play. And then, obviously, we're going to have you keep doing tech use, because of course we are. Alright. Cool.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Entire processing procession of crate servitors destroyed by gunfire. Not a single one of them attempted to flee. Well, they're not capable of fleeing.
Over there.
Oh. Over where? What? Goods. What's in here? Bolter. Oh. Oh, okay. This is just better than the Unfading Valor. Okay. Okay, that's definitely keeping that. Alright, so let's switch to you and give you the regular bolter. Okay, so we lose a little bit because of the rate of fire, but we gain a sizable amount of damage. And that's it. Like, we exchange a little rate of fire for more damage per shot, which means that we fire 3 shots instead of 4 shots.
Hey, your virtuousness. How are you doing?
I was born to wage war against darkness. I am always doing wonderfully when danger is near.
I see. Oh, here we go. You sure the machine servants will listen to you? I bet they're real stubborn. Quit your whining. I've seen the tech priest do it twice. I once even brought a sensor to him. Of course they'll listen. Alert. Proofing violation of the algorithm. I see. Shock batons. No, those can go to cargo. Alright, Pascal, solve it. Solve the equation. Access received.
Take a knee and bow before me. Show them no mercy.
Alright. Let's put myself here. Let's put Abelard here. put Adira here. Can't quite get you there, but I can put you there. We'll put you here. Pascal, move here. Cassia, you can chill over here, is fine. I see.
I'm here, maggot.
Alright. Argenta, so let's move here. Actually, wait. Hang on. Okay, so let's run and gun to here. And then we will
Guided by faith.
unload into you.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
And then we get another shot. Which I guess we'll just do a single shot.
Eradicated.
And then I guess we'll do this. Why not? So rude. Oh, that is ill-advised. Okay, so we could do that. Let's analyze anybody who's like a leader.
Will do.
Not really. Analyze you. I guess we'll buff me. And then we will joint analysis. And I don't have enough to do anything else, because this gun does not single fire. So I guess we'll just expose weakness. Alright. First of all, let's buff ourselves. And then let me deal with you. Yeah, I think we just do a regular attack. And that'll just kill you. Alright, cool. We can't death waltz because we can't get in range. I guess we could like leap over here and then death waltz towards you.
Out of my way.
No. Killed one of your own guys. Nice. Let's do this. And then we'll do this. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, wait. Wait. Argenta.
Paint your death in colors.
Do the thing. No? Come on. There we go. I'll just reload. Alright. And then...
Me?
Let's do it
If you
again.
insist, Lord Captain.
But this time... Burst fire.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Okay. Good enough for me. Alright, Pascal. I guess let's have you kill this
The
one.
Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
Nope, missed. Let's see. We don't have range to do anything damaging. So we'll do this one. And then...
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Oh, you didn't have any... I see. Maybe you had enhancements and I just didn't notice that? Alright. Do joint analysis. Nice try. Abelard, get into a straight line. And
a tactically sound approach.
Charge over here. Now, kill this man.
One fewer target.
Okay. Unfortunately, I think
I
that's
will
all
do
we
my
can
duty.
do. Ah, the turret will take care of the rest.
Protect your daughter.
What?
Let's get to it. How'd you like this?
The turret shot her? Oh, that's lame. Okay, good to know.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Alright, Adira, just kill this guy.
Be gone!
Okay. Well, strength and toughness going down is, you know, that's bad but not terrible. Action points being reduced by 1 really sucks, though. Alright, fine. It's fine. Took a lot of damage is all. Alright. Let's figure out what's going on. Mansion must have been damaged by an explosion or a large shell. You can still see some of its former luxury within. A young man in a planetary guard uniform salutes you. Your lordship, Private Camilla Regius, ready to escort you to the command center for your meeting with the governor. I regret to say that the convoy sent to meet you was ambushed and took critical losses in heavy fighting against the rebels. In other words, I'm the only survivor. However, the rebel force was destroyed as well. We can set out for the command center. The success to failure ratio of combat objective completion for this world's military speaks to its subpar efficiency. I would advise the local ruler to seek my fraternity's aid in upgrading their troops to servitor maniples. Your uniform looks odd on you, soldier, as if it belongs to someone else. Apologies, your lordship. The soldier draws himself up and goes to adjust his gear. It's a new uniform. The guards are in a difficult situation right now, so we often get issued what's left. Isn't always the right size. Your mouth is full of mud, soldier. You're hiding something behind beaming hues of faith and loyalty. What is it? The soldier gulps nervously under the stern gaze of Cassie's ruby eyes. Fear, I guess? In times like these, if you give in a weakness, you're done for, and I'm not done with life just yet. Kira winces, glances at you, and shakes her head. How did you make it out alive if your entire convoy perished? The Emperor protected me, the soldier replies with confidence. I didn't run, your lordship, if that's what you're thinking. I was by my commander's side until the very end. I shot the last rebel from the gang that attacked us. But alas, the captain succumbed to his wounds. The others had already died. The Emperor rests their souls. What can you tell me about the insurgency? The ungrateful rabble rose in rebellion against the planet's lawful governor and his lordship Callius Winterscale, a ruler by the will of the Emperor. They're all heretics deserving a most terrible death. Order will be restored. The guilty will be punished. Let's go to the command center. Yes, your lordship. Okay, so he is actually, like, following along with us. Okay. Temple's tower collapsed onto the pavement and is blocking the way. It will take days to clear the rebel. Okay. Accuse.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
One person check this. Temple door does not budge. Maybe blocked by rubble on the other side. I see. There are traces of a recent battle everywhere, including bodies in planetary guard uniforms. Order's bodies in the general aftermath of the battle suggest the attackers knew the squad's numbers, ranks, and movement. The remains of my squad. Once we put down the rebellion, they'll be given the last honors they deserve as soldiers fallen in a righteous battle. The battlefield looks highly suspicious. Half of your comrades never even had the chance to draw their weapons. And the direction of the shots as well. The attackers knew exactly what the path the group would take and how large it would be. The enemy is smart and cunning. Perhaps they are watching us. I must report this to the governor. Too many parts of your story fail to add up. I'm beginning to wonder if you're a traitor. I swear, your lordship, I may have gotten a few things mixed up from the inexperience, and that's why they don't add up. Please, let's walk to the governor's command center. I must carry out my orders. Once we get there, you can have the intelligence run a check on me if you wish. I'm a loyal soldier, and that's the truth. Do not believe him, Lord Captain. Pale green is seeping from his every word, and I know this color of deceit well. I once mistook Felix's words, so humble and full of sweetness, for sincerity. In truth, they were poison. I don't believe you. In times of war, it is better to execute an innocent than have a mole in one's ranks. Blast you, scum. Aurora will get you all the same. Aurora in the final dawn. Hello, sir. Die. Oop.
A new challenge for me?
Help me, Lord Captain!
Cassia, please. Okay. Alright, Cassia.
Color the uncolored.
I need...
Your seneschal is always there for you. Let
All
me
right.
help.
Use it on her.
Grateful.
Okay, so this is clearly going to be an ambush. Inert rubbish lies scattered between the seats, covered in stone dust, old programs, faded tickets, and food scraps of unknown origin.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Spare none of them!
Okay. Let's be here. Abelard, you can just
Attention to detail
be
is
here,
the
I
key
guess.
to
That's
success.
fine. You can stand here. You can stand here. Cassia, you can go here. And Adira, I guess you can stand here, it's fine.
Show me what you've got! Scared yet?
Oh, this is a terrible idea for you guys.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Alright, so let's say I wanted to shoot one of you guys.
Doubt is for the weak.
Alright, so increased dodge chance for you guys. Don't want to shoot.
I'll
Shoot
do it.
you. Oh dang, we barely missed. Does this work? Okay, it does work. Alright, let's shoot you. Perfect. Furious recital. Alright, so you, I'm gonna put Let's put...
Not the scryer's job.
Ooh, too far away. I'm gonna move forward then, so I can put this on me. And then... I guess we'll do this. Kill you. And then... You're in line of sight, so let's do this to you. And then we'll pass.
Let's get to it. Here we go.
These guys are all relatively weak. Alright, Cassia. So, Cassia, we can do... Buff on you. And then we'll give you a turn. To which I will use it to blade dance.
Nothing I can't do.
Alright, kill those guys. So now we can do shenanigans. So... Ooh, no, we don't want to do it yet. Alright, so... We can maybe just shoot...
That is foolishness.
No, out of range. Pascal. Okay, so Pascal, come over here and... I guess shoot you. Didn't do anything to you. No, none of you guys have implants. So, one exploit on each enemy in combat. So I think we dismantling attack this, and we shoot. No. No, I think what we'll do is we'll just do this. And I'll put it here. Alright, so that'll buff my stuff. And it nerfs them. Do this. And that's it. Alright. So let's flip. Go here. And then
Already
go here. Sick. And then we'll flip
All
here.
too easy.
And then we'll flip here.
Watch and learn.
And then we'll do this. And then we'll
Suits
recall.
my purposes. Yeah.
Yeah, so back to where we were at the start. And then we'll flip over to kill you. And then we can just kill you with a regular attack. Which gives us another flip. If we really wanted to use it. But we are at minus 50% strength and perception and minus 100% dodge. Alright, Abelard, come here and can you reach this guy? How far is your charge?
Follow my lead.
Good enough. Get into melee range. Warrior strike. And then die. Okay. Okay, so they're just not gonna move.
Request approved.
No. Hmm.
My place is at the fore.
Let's get to it.
No, okay, so they're just running to cover. I guess we'll just run and gun this
without
turn.
deeds is worthless.
Like, we don't get to shoot, but it'll at least get us closer. I don't think I'm in range to hit anything. No, not even close.
Time to slaughter someone.
I didn't even realize we'd ads. That's fine. A good time for ads. Can I hit you from here? I can hit you from here, but I cannot hit everybody else.
If only that were possible.
No. Hmm. Alright, that's fine. Pascal, you can get a little closer, and then maybe you can hit somebody.
Denied.
That'll do.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Vital function successfully terminated.
There we go.
The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
No, I can't see you. It's fine, we'll do this. I'm just gonna have him move over here because there's no way he can range to be helpful.
Let's make it quick.
We get in firing range of you?
I will not.
I didn't think so. Fine. I don't suppose you're in range, are you? No, of course not. No, and then she's not in line of sight anymore. Okay, Pascal, come over here, and can you just shoot this guy, please? No, you cannot. Okay.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Go over here. Chasing down an enemy in this is very, very long.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
I guess I could go all the way around him. Alright. Argenta, are you now in range to shoot him? Alright.
As the Emperor commands, I act. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do
Die.
it. Eradicated.
Good lord. Alright. A bunch of bodies. Let's just loot everything. Nothing over here. Nothing over here.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay. That's fine. So we'll check over here. There's a goods container for something. Take.
Halt! I noticed something.
Oop. Hello. Emergency injector. If the wounds are reduced to 0, they do not fall unconscious. Instead, they immediately gain +4 wounds granted by the stasis field. Spend all MP, if any, and for 1 round, gain +30% dodge and cannot regain MP. That is immediately going to go on me. Oh, it's a backpack. Is it a cloak? It is a cloak. We'll hold on to that because that'll probably go on Cabela then. Okay, we'll take that. I should really give you guys some frag grenades. Just see if something you can do. Do I have anything else I can give you? Not really. I guess a fire grenade, sure. In lieu of this, take this. Because this is increased hit chance and crit chance, which is very good for you. What by a Psyker? The wearer gains immunity to the horrors of the warp. Horrors of the warp. That could be worth wearing for me. There's a chance. I think I should just use this. All right. We're not really gaining... Actually... Well, I am going to be gaining stuff eventually, so I...
Nothing I can't do.
Yeah, so let's just Shimmering Emulsion ourselves. I opened my eyes to the truth, and at last I saw the inevitable future.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
I will take you down.
Alright, let's put you here. I'll put you here. You, I guess I'll put here. You we want in cover. Pascal, you are all the way over there. And then Abelard, I guess we'll put you at the front.
Out of my way.
Let's get
Nice try.
to it.
Ill-advised.
Let's get to it.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Wow, they are shoving him constantly.
Go back now.
Alright. So for you, I could move here. Wouldn't do that much damage though. Let's do this.
Cover me.
Okay. And then oh, shrieking makes it so I can't do any other action. Okay, so in the future I need to make sure that I attack first. Alright. Alright, so Argenta. Sweet, sweet Argenta. Just fire into them. Nice.
Doubt is for the weak.
So true.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Let's blow
Faith
you
without
away.
deed.
Nice, nice. Recite some prayers. All right. So I want to give me a turn. Sick. And then let's buff ourselves. That's the turn. We don't really have a... Can we... I guess we may as well do that, right? Brutal. And that doesn't generate warp either, which is crazy. Pascal, you are so far away, buddy. Okay, so me. I would like to move to here. And then I would like to do this.
Let's see how they respond to this.
And then do this.
You didn't stand a chance.
Alright. That should be the end. Oh, wait, no, there's one more guy. That's fine.
Let's make it quick. Hold on.
Ill-advised. Okay, well, I mean, if you're so kind as to walk away from me. Oh. Okay, I guess we cleared out all the stuff we needed to clear. Okay, so let's grab the goods. Oh, we have to clear the path first. Hey, Pascal.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Mesh vest, but only for a heretical person. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's definitely going to go on you. Officer's chainsword. It's better than your weapon? Not really. Oh, it does more crit damage, though. That's pretty nice. Well, we'll hold on to it either way. Okay, so you are definitely going to wear that armor, though. Is like Carapace chestplate, pretty good. In fact, we're going to put it on ourselves. But, this is just way better for you. And you're the only one that can wear it. Okay. What's this? Infected portions does not seem like this lavish mansion has seen much damage explosions. But you cannot enter. Something is blocking the entrance to the inside. Okay. Alright, well, let's go down. Some flamers, but we don't have anybody who has flamer proficiency, do we? Pascal, do you? Oh, she has flamer proficiency. That would make sense because she's a sister of battle. So I guess I should have assumed that she would have flamer efficiency. Mesh chestplate. You're allowed to wear heavy. Anybody who's not wearing mesh? You're wearing holy vestments, which are better for you, probably. Okay. So we'll take one of these for sure. Stub carbine. So it's better than the bolter, but it can only fire one shot at a time, which makes it not as useful for me. Okay, the rest of this can just go to the cargo, I think. Omnisaya axe is pretty good. Like, that's crazy damage. Alright, that's fine. I think we found all the stuff we can find.
Follow my lead.
Alright. Here's some goods. The cargo with you. Ooh, okay, so this is one of the things that they did in the Kingmaker game. There's a journal entry. Report based on oral accounts and picked records, added to the archives of the House von Valencius by the order of Seneschal Wercian. On his journey across the world, caught in the throes of a heretical insurgency, the Lord Captain accidentally witnessed an unholy rite that transpired in one of the maintenance rooms of an aqueduct. This abandoned nook turned out to be a heretic's gathering place for performing their grim and profane act. The large group of rebels stood frozen in patient anticipation, all staring into the center of the room. No one moved. Only the murmurs of hushed voices echoed against the metal walls. The Lord Captain ran a cursory glance over the room, assessing the situation. The rebels were unremarkable in appearance. They were dressed in the shabby clothes of abject rabble, spoke in coarse voices, and had repulsive faces. But what caught the Lord Captain's attention was the look of strange, almost sinister anticipation in their eyes. This was no gathering of loud blasphemers or bored idlers. Only occasionally would they exchange brief, unintelligible remarks. As they stood in a frozen circle, their gazes turned towards the hulking structure in the center of the room. Bulky power transformers, cogitators, crates, and voxcasters took up most of the space. Against their background, the structure in the center stood out oddly. An enormous lens mounted on a stand. It caught the thin sunbeams that made their way through the slits in the ceiling and crossed the half-lit room. So we have lore, so let's use that. The rogue trader surveyed the peculiar structure with great attention. The enormous mounted lens was doubtlessly imbued with the power of the archenemy, inimical to all that is noble and virtuous in the universe. Anyone caught in the corrupted light it emits will face horrifying consequences. The Lord Captain peered into the darkness enveloping the room. Although barely visible behind the closed ranks of the insurgents, the rusted barrels with evidently flammable contents had not escaped the Lord Captain's keen eye. One good shot at those barrels would decimate the number of heretics on Ricked Minoris. Observe what happened next. As if commanded by a grim, unseen force, the insurgents fell silent at once, and in a single movement parted. A thick, sticky silence filled the room. The heretics' gazes were turned towards a metal structure with a lens on top of it. Standing tall in the middle of a circle of melting candles, piles of books and unholy symbols drawn on the floor, the structure flashed as a single sunray illuminated it. A sound of bare feet broke the sinister silence as a man emerged from the deep shadows. Reeling, he entered the circle and collapsed on his knees in front of the enormous lens. Oh. Oh god. Hi. Hi, Sass, and everyone else. Hello. Oh no, there's a lot of you. Here's here from the heart. Thanks for having us. Your fire looked too cozy to pass by. I don't know if the fires of an insurgent world filled with heretics are a cozy fire that you want to be in. Unless you're part of the Inquisition, in which case, it's the coziest fire they've ever seen. In fact, we should add more fire to it. But hello. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. I am Deckard Acewood. I play a lot of different things. Mostly, I play some challenge games and RPGs here and there. We recently finished Morrowind, as it is an old game that I hadn't played before, even though I knew a lot about it. And now we're playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, which has so far been very good. Someone noted earlier that if you know anything about Warhammer, this is basically Warhammer D&D. It plays very similarly to older D&D style games. Owlcat are the developers. They made Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. They're also working on Warhammer 40k Dark Heresy, which is another game like this. So I'm playing this, knowing that I'm going to play that in the future too, because I'm very excited about it. But hi, welcome in. What were you guys up to? I'm going to shout out Sass in my own chat because I can, and she can't stop me. Blueprints. Hell yeah. How's Blueprints going? Oh, Portal 2 collab with Zeppeliner, then finished out with Blueprints. Okay. Both very good games. Portal 2 multiplayer is very, very fun. It's been a while since I played it, but it was very fun. We don't need to talk about Blueprints. Fine, fair enough. Okay, so let's see. Currently, we're doing a, so these games have regular, like, turn-based combat, but they'll also do these, adventure journal type things where you go into, like, a corridor or you're, like, in an adventure. And so we're kind of doing a choose-your-own-adventure where we get to pass, like, skill checks and determine things. We stumbled upon, like, the den that the heretics were in, and they had some kind of lens that they're using, and it looks like they're blinding people by bringing them in here. So, we shall continue. And of course, if you need to raid and run, obviously, I know it is very late for a lot of people, and depending upon how long you've been streaming or how long you've been watching, probably even later for you. So, take care of yourselves, you know, get a little snack, drink something, or go to bed if you need to go to bed. Or feel free to lurk. We are more than happy to be second monitor content here, so please do what you need to. We are going to continue. A sound of bare feet broke the sinister silence as a man emerged from the deep shadows. Reeling, he entered the circle and collapsed on his knees in front of the enormous lens. Not a second had passed before many rebel hands gripped the fallen man's shoulders and hair. Remember, comrades, the last sunray you behold will be yours only, shared with no one else. Your holy final dawn, bellowed the lone heretic's voice amid the silent crowd. By the doing of someone's hands, the lens had turned, and its focused ray feasted on the prisoner's eyes. The blinded man's harrowing scream shook the very walls of the place. Consumed by the rite, the rebels had not yet noticed the stranger in their midst. The Lord Captain braced himself and charged bravely into battle to crush the enemy. Okay, well, we identified a few things of note.
And bow before me.
Your emperor won't save you.
Okay, so we have this unholy lens that we need to break. There's a bunch of enemies in here. Shut off the steam. I'm gonna have myself over here. And then Abelard will put... To be honest, I don't want to put him near any of these explosions, because we're going to pop a lot of these things. I think we'll put him over here. We'll put you... So I'm going to go first. But we're going to have a couple of enemies that are going to go before that. Adira... So I'll put Adira here. You, I'll just put here, is fine. And then you will put over here. And Cassia, I want you, like, here, I guess. Oh, wait, hang on. Abelard, you should probably stand, like, here. Because they're probably going to shoot in a line, and they might hit multiple people. So, go from there. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm very sleepy, didn't sleep well, and I'm beat. Well, I hope you can get some rest, Sass. Okay, Adira's on fire. But I think Cassie can put her out. So here's what we do. We'll walk over here. And we will buff ourselves.
Already done.
Alright. So let's do
Suits
this.
my purpose. Nothing of value has been lost.
And then we will death from above here. And then we will death from above again here. And then we'll do this.
There's nowhere to hide. You didn't stand a chance.
Alright, that's 2 kills. And then we'll
Nothing
death from
I
above
can't
here.
do.
And then we'll do it again over here. And now we're guaranteed to get shot a lot. Oh, I didn't. I should have saved points to be able to go backwards.
Death to the weak.
I serve the ruinous powers.
They somehow missed. Oh, you guys probably should not be grumping.
You'll regret this.
Alright. Well, Argenta. Oh, you can't shoot in melee. Okay. We're gonna get attacked, but that's fine. Yeah, let's do that.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
So now we can just do this.
As the Emperor commands, I...
Oops for me. And then we just do
I'll do
this. Die. I never get to raid you, so I was glad to see you still going. I'm sure my fellows should behave, not be gremlins. Right, Helios. I don't believe Helios is capable of behaving, if I'm being perfectly honest. But yeah, usually I know that our streaming times like don't sync up, so it's I think this is like the first time in months you've been able to raid me.
My prescience has
So
failed
much
me.
appreciated. Okay, so let's move over to here. And then shoot this. Which damaged the lens. Buff you. This. And then this.
Was it you? Or
Chaos guides me.
Oh, you guys should not be grouping around me like this.
Your end is near.
It is ill-advised. Okay, let's move here and then charge you.
Pathetically sound approach.
Alright, and then
At your
die.
beck and call.
I guess we'll do
Indeed.
this. Pass turn. Okay, Pascal, you get to go next. Can you turn off this steam? No, you can't get there in time. That's fine. You can just go over here. Cassia, can you please put her out?
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Alright, cool. Thank you. I would like to get as far as I can over here and buff myself.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
And then we're gonna do this. Here you go, Deckard. Alright. Death Waltz. Let's Death Waltz you. Oh my god. Holy crap, Death Waltz is so good. So what's funny is we could go backwards and do that all again, but we don't need to. So I guess we'll just do this. All right. Oh, now it's actually his turn. Let's charge over here and kill you.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Nothing of value has been lost.
Oh, that was dumb. Okay, I did not mean to use Blade Dance there. Let's do this, I guess. And then recall. Alright. Argenta. I don't think there's anybody else over here. Oh, I'm on fire now. Oh, they shot the random blind guy. Unfortunate. I tried to protect him, but there's not really much I can do about that. Leave you on Lurk and Night deck. Night Sass, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for raiding. Hope you can get some rest.
I know what is to come.
Buff you. I can't shoot you, so I guess we'll just do this.
Momentum.
Ritual size covered in ominous vertical symbols, each of which is unmistakably emanating the malevolent power of the warp. Can we break it? Oh, hell yeah. He was able to pistol shot because he did his other attack. Alright. Nice. I guess we didn't need to be over here then. Alright, well, Pascal, I guess you can just start walking over here and start looting. Because you're so far out of the way that you're never going to get in combat.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Give you a turn.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Walk over here, kill you.
All too easy.
And then... I don't think you can get in range. Stop being on fire.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Alright, let's just... Already buffed you. Buff you. Okay. Actual round. Can I possibly get in range of him?
Already done. Something of interest.
I can. Alright, you are hella dead, sir.
Suits my purposes.
Alright. I think that's everybody in combat. Alright, we did manage to break it. Your eye is drawn to the shards of the enormous lens scattered around the broken device. At first, you're uncertain as to what troubles you, but suddenly the realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way, just the same way as the shards of the unknown broken object you found near Theodora von Valencia's desk. What's the matter, Lord Captain? What are you so interested in? Goes off as he notices what you're looking at. He instantly makes the connection. By the Imperium Saints. It cannot be. I see it too. Whatever that thing in our study was, it was made from the same material as this junk. What? What? Avalon is at a loss for words. He takes a moment to collect himself, and all at once, they start pouring out in a hasty sputter. It's a mistake. Slander meant to blemish the good name of a person who is now dead and cannot even defend herself. First, those minions of the archenemy murdered Lord Captain Theodora, and now, this I cannot tolerate. It will not be tolerated. Come on, Abelard. Remember what she was like. Adira's smile betrays her grief, but at the same time is strangely knowing. Brazen, assertive. It was like her entire life was a race against fate until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone headfirst into a black hole if she had thought it would put her even one step ahead of everyone else out in the expanse. If we could just find out what she was keeping in her desk and why she went to get it during the attack. Sister Argenta's beautiful face is full of grief. How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood, but do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness. The sister's words ring with a genuine, sincere hope that you be blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked at Theodora's possible heresy. Life must be so easy for you sanctimonious preachers, a dubious trinket, and you no longer see a person, you see bad blood, an annoying hindrance. There's enough venom in Adira's voice to poison an entire regiment. Argenta recoils, but the next moment her dark eyes ignite with fury. How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of abetting the archenemy. A person who's tainted themselves thus can never justify their actions. Sure, go through all the trouble of trying to make sense of anything when you can just label them a heretic and call it a day. Except, dear friend, I seem to remember that you don't mind Theodora so much while you were aboard the ship. You didn't leave her side even for a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset, you just gave up on her and moved on. Ooh, okay, so we can side with one of them. Oh god. Hello, Micah. Oh no. A fiery breath of a raid. We've already destroyed the lens. I don't think we need to set the entire room on fire. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Oh. Oh no, so many people. Hello, welcome. Hi, Micah. Hang on, let me... So this is where you were stacks and spells. Yeah. She went on lurk a bit ago, but yeah, she's going to bed for the night. But she snuck in here after her collab and blueprints. And let me quick shout out to Micah. But hello, welcome in everybody. If you're following Micah, odds are good you already know what 40k is. However, hi, I'm Deckard. I am someone who plays a lot of RPGs, challenge games, stuff like that. I've played quite a lot of action RPGs as well, so we'll alternate between things like this, which is Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, and also things like we played Kingdom Come Deliverance, we played Morrowind, we just alternate between a lot of things. So at the moment, we're playing this because I put it to a vote, and it seemed like people wanted to watch this. So, now we're playing Warhammer games, hooray! Which there's a lot of cool Warhammer stuff going on this year, so there's going to be a lot for us to do, suffice to say. Hella excited for Total War Warhammer 40k, because I liked Warhammer Fantasy. Warhammer 40k is also more my thing. Great to see you, Ace Wolf. Ace Wolf is hilarious. I do like that. Oh, Micah, I need to... I forgot. I have to post it in Sass's chat at some point. But I just finished painting my my Crucible character for a local Crucible campaign, which is going to be a Nemesis Dread Knight, who I have him dual wielding the Great Daemon Hammer, and I also have him wielding the mace. So I'm pretty pleased with how it turned out. It's I haven't painted that many models, although I've been assembling a lot of models, and it's my first one that I've done like a lot of kit bashing for it, just to make sure I can get all the pieces on it. I say a lot of kit bashing. It wasn't that much. The hardest part was like sawing and getting the legs so that I could actually like pose him a little bit. But yeah, if I remember, I'll post a picture of it later. Otherwise, I'll post a picture on Blue Sky and like ping you on it or something. But yeah, so a lot of cool 40k stuff going on this year. So I am also happy to be playing this. Hype for the upcoming DLC for Rogue Trader. I've heard good things, and I do like the Necrons. So if I made another army, my thing is, I'm making the Grey Knights. If I made another army, it would be either the Necrons or the Sisters of Battle. So, like, we're eating well right now. And then there's also, at some point, Dark Heresy coming out, which is going to be another one of these games. All right, so we could side with Argenta, we could side with Adira. It's too soon to cast accusations of heresy. Well, so the thing is, Argenta is right. Like, actually legitimately correct here. Because they're, like, things that are seemingly innocuous can be extremely dangerous because it can quickly lead to chaos taking hold. So I do think Argenta is right. I don't think it's right enough to, like, shut down either of them harshly, but I will agree with Argenta here. Lord Captain, I'm not excusing heresy. I just don't want to believe Theodora would be involved in it. That all the good she did can be so easily crossed out with a single word. Walk away from the device. I don't think that she was a heretic. However, I do think that she was fucking with things that she shouldn't have, which is definitely in line with her character.
None shall stand in my way.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Okay. Do we not have anybody who could deal with the trap? All right, Abelard.
What advice do you seek?
Okay, Abelard cannot do it, so I guess I got rid of my one person who could do traps. I thought somebody else could disarm traps, though.
Operation successful.
Ooh, we got some drugs. And a phantom cloak. Reduce damage against warp damage. That's pretty good. We also got this thing, whatever this is. Aurora's sermon. It's coming. It's coming. It's drawing ever near. Heed the word of Aurora. Abandon all your mundane affairs. Ambition is but dust. Desire is but rust upon the metal of the soul. The final dawn is coming. It will put an end to all worldly vanities. Okay. Heretics believe in the final dawn, a strange event that will soon bring down the world. Okay, let's go ahead and take care of our level up. So, we get to choose a skill. We already chose Medicae. I do think we're eventually going to stop having Abelard with us because I like, is it Kibela? Kibela? The Death Cult Assassin, who we unfortunately had to send home because in her first battle, she got smacked around by an attack that one-shot her after she did a bunch of killing, and it immediately crippled her leg so that she would have half the movement speed, so she'd not be useful here. Okay, so Abelard right now is our, like, corrals person. Adira we may end up replacing because I do like Pascal, and Pascal does the logic stuff already, so maybe we should take Lore Warp more. See, coercion, corrals, awareness, athletics. Adira has our highest awareness. No, Cassia almost has our highest. Okay, so maybe we should level up Cassia's awareness. Let's do Lore Warp. And then we have nothing recommended, so let's look at our Psyker stuff. Because we've been taking a bunch of our Blade Dancer things, but let's look at Psyker things. Sanguine Siphon is very tempting. Pulse of Life is tempting. Whenever an effect applied by the Psyker increases the damage suffered by a target, it's increased by 50% more. Okay, so Let's see. Force weapons deal bonus damage. I don't know if the weapon I'm using is a force weapon, though. Usage of a heroic act by the Psyker decreases void degradation by -3. That could be very useful. While the Psyker is not in the target's line of sight, the Psyker is in cover. All resistance tests of the target suffer a -12 penalty. Okay. Second sight. Range of 2 spells or more have the range increased. Do we have any... I don't think we have any, like, Psyker-specific abilities yet. All psychic powers, the Biomancy discipline costs 1 less. Enforce reality. First psychic power used each turn increases veil degradation by 2 points less. If it reduces it to less than 0, degradation is instead decreased by 1. You can use damaging without being threatened by melee attacks of opportunity, non-damaging to focus even without this talent. All psychic powers cost 1 less action point. I think we're gonna take warp saturation may be the right way to go. Well, no, I think we should take something else. Let's take let's take Corpus Conversion. Okay, let me check and see. I want to know the weapon I'm using. It is not a power weapon. It's just a sword. Okay, good to know. Okay, so for you, I guess we'll just buff Carouse. That's fine. And then recommended temporary wounds. Critical damage is increased by 8 against enemies that don't have a melee weapon. That means you have no allies in adjacent cells. I think we take Epicenter of Slaughter. Just for some extra temporary hit points. Alright, let's see. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains 1 extra damage. That's useful. Fresh target might be good if that... I think that also counts whenever I use psychic abilities on them. Okay, so... Force weapons... every Perils of the Warp increases momentum by +12. Yeah, but we don't want to be doing that. Weak Hearts. No. Visions of Doom. Because the only psychic thing that we have right now is, for her at least, is the, like, ranged attack. Otherwise, it's like psychic stuff on our allies. Every time the Psyker deals mental damage from any source other than Aftershock, the target suffers half as much mental damage at the end of the next turn. That might be useful. Enemies that have taken damage to the Psyker at least once suffer 20 penalty to resistance tests against Psyker. No. No. Could be good. Pain channeling could be good. I think we do Aftershock for now. Okay. For you... say camaraderie, so we do bonus damage if there's allies nearby, which could be good. We get a bigger bonus for cover. Each time we do damage, critical damage is increased by 1%. Could be good. Dealing damage to 3 different enemies, the next attack does 20% more damage. I think we just take the camaraderie effect, because then we can get some like crazy high bonuses. Alright, so demolition we probably should invest more in for you. Lore Imperium, you're not our only source of it, but let's do demolition, because you can deactivate traps. Alright, Pascal. Let's see. Spoke to weakness also reduces enemies' toughness and willpower by 15. I think instant exposure is what we want for this one. And then... we want... offensive. So I think we're using an arc weapon, which counts as a lightning weapon. Safety training. Chain weapon, no. Arc rifle, here we go. Arc rifle shots gain dodge reduction against primary and secondary targets. Okay. Steel of the Forge. While wearing heavy armor, Forgeable characters gain bonus MP. Cannot fall prone. Gains 5 extra MP in the first round of combat. Every successful melee attack grants him more MP. Ooh. Gains +1 AP. Okay, let's do Machine Spirit scan protocols, because that's a huge penalty for the enemies. And then Cassia. Below the Martyrs, whenever an ally uses a heroic act, that ally gains temporary wounds equal to 10% of their max wounds plus 6. Pretty good. The first time you target an ally in a round, you get a bonus health. Resolve is increased by +1. The officer's resolve is increased. I think Steel Resolve is probably good here, because just being able to build up our meter with her is going to be very useful. Okay, and then let's see. So Persuasion is good. I think we need to... she's going to be our, like, talking character, I think. So Persuasion... definitely good there. All right. Shut off Steam. Lore Imperium. So tell me more. The markings on this Voughtcaster clearly indicate that it belongs to the Planetary Wardens. There are visible scratches and traces of blood on this device. Access code required. Well, let's breach the Cogitator's defenses. The machine spirits look favorably upon you. You overcome the Cogitator's defenses. A message archive loads up. Judging by the accompanying notes, the messages were meticulously transferred from paper to the sacred machine storage. Go to missives. Heed the words of Harbinger of Aurora. Let it be known to you that the prophesied hour is nigh, and the faithful must triple their efforts. Those who stand in the way of our salvation must be swept away. Let it be revealed to you that the enemy is about to receive reinforcements. Remember the name, Deckard von Valancius. His ship has already entered the system. We should expect this enemy to appear near our positions. Whoever rids our comrades of this threat will be granted Aurora's special blessing, a chance to stand at the Prophet's side when the hour comes. Be vigilant, let the final dawn come. I'm gonna touch you, Deckard. Hello, Top Hat from the YouTube chat. Hi, how's it going? Don't touch me, I'm currently covered in a lot of blood and probably something warp related. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what was in this area. You were late to arrive on Rick and Minoris. Okay, so they knew, so they've got time to prepare for a warm welcome. Tell the Harbingers we've intercepted a convoy of the governor's underlings who were supposed to meet that Von Valencius bloke. Only one out of the whole convoy got away, but it's not long for the world. No one's making it to the governor's hole, not that youngster or the ones he's supposed to meet. Our comrades have got their hands on a guard's voxcaster, and these fools have no clue we can hear all their comms. We know their every movement, and we're going to throw them a fine welcome party. Aurora must have no doubts that we'll do whatever it takes to stop our enemies. Let the final dawn come. Brutal. Okay, a locked safe. The lock can be opened via the cogitator. All that remains is to figure out how to awaken the spirit by supplying it. Okay? Power the cogitator. Cable should be examined and all sacred nodes should be checked.
I did fine.
Here's to decipher the technical litany. According to it, in order to perform the ritual of motive force, you must supply power, make sure the relay is closed, check the damper is latched, and the supplemental external relay is shut. The supply must be correctly distributed, and in no case must the flow be reset before the circuit is closed. Okay, so we have... Okay, so we need to... read this again? So we have to supply power, make sure the relay is closed, check that the dampener is latched and the supplementary external relay is closed. The supply must be correctly distributed and in no case must the flow be reset before the circuit is closed. Okay, can you
look no further.
Unlatch the dampener? Okay, so presumably we have to do a bunch of things in sequence. Reset the supply.
I'll warn you if I hear anything.
Okay, so that's the supply. Supply power, relay is closed, check the dampers latch. External relay is shut. Okay.
Data meditation is terminated.
Okay, so let me check over here. Okay, so you can close the relay. Nope. Okay, attempting to interact with these things appears to do something.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
Okay, so we'll put this over here. Okay, is there anything down here that we have to do?
It's about time.
Yes. Okay. So. Let's save this just in case we do this wrong. Alright. Looks like you'll have to start everything from scratch. Okay, you're the closest. Power the cogitator. Cable should be examined and all sacred nodes should be checked. Everything appears to be correct.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
It looks like you have to start everything from scratch. Okay, so motive force. Do this. Unlatch the dampener.
Watching the lazy handle sacred technology breaks my...
I guide humanity between the stars.
Okay, let's start with you. Close the relay.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treaties on tactica.
My whispers crave.
The Emperor sets my path.
Your secular attempts affront may the blind ignorance... Okay, does that... Do we lose? Okay, hang on. Let me try this again. I didn't even realize we didn't do an ad break. RIP. I was so focused on trying to solve the puzzle. Okay. All right, so let's start here.
You are in the presence of House Orcelia.
I'm always ready.
Everything appears to be correct. All right, so everything appears to be correct.
Yes.
Adira, is there anything over here? That's fine. There's a
The
trap there.
whispers told me
There's a lot of
secret.
traps there. There's a lot of traps here.
Say no more.
Is it safe over here? Okay, let's do this one next. Everything is correct. Okay. Pascal. Everything is correct. Adira.
Over.
Where's the sparks now? Okay, so after this, where does it go next? Does it go to here?
I go where the whispers lead.
Okay, Abelard. No.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at...
I'm restless.
Pascal, I would appreciate if you would
When
help.
the faithful are idle.
Instead of just
heresy
saying,
grows.
like, oh, how dare you, like, not do this correctly.
How may I serve the dynasty?
Okay, we've already solved these.
The premonition runs true.
Right?
Quiet. They're trying to tell me something.
Alright, that's solved. Alright, Adira. I need you to run around for a sec. Is there like a button that I'm not seeing? Unlock the safe. Oh, It actually worked. Damon tool. Whenever the wearer deals warp damage, the damaged character also suffers burning 3. Bring... Hello, Henry. We're definitely not gonna wear that. Posture check. Good call.
I dare not provoke the whispers.
Okay, let me select everybody.
Lizard. Did you want something?
I want the entire party, please.
Victory awaits.
Turn to the upper way. Okay, that's heavy armor proficiency. I think this is actually, yeah, this is better than what you're wearing, so put this on. Psychic staff. The regular staff. Whenever the wearer kills 2 or more enemies with a single attack, the attack does not spend all the wearer's MP. Okay. Warmonger boots actually might be really good. The rest of the stuff we don't need. I will, however, take a sip. All right. Shut off the steam. What is going on over here?
A new challenge for me?
All right. Much as I would like to keep going, this seems like a good place to end it for now. As it is getting very late. It's already a little bit past our regular streaming time, but I wanted to find a good stopping point. So yeah, this will be where we end it for now. So, for those who are going to be remaining for the raid afterwards, hang tight. Otherwise, I'm going to do my quick outro for the VOD. Thank you all for joining me. We've made a lot of progress today, even though a lot of it was on our ship, because we kept having ship events we had to deal with. It was overall still very fun. We will continue this per the schedule. We'll keep doing this on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I do have a bonus stream on Saturday where we're going to be continuing Scarlet Hollow, which has been a lovely little visual novel with some inspiration from some Lovecraftian Eldritch Horror type stuff. But until then, thank you all for joining me. Have a good evening. Have a good day. Have a good night. For everyone else, we are going to be doing... Let me see. Who can we raid?